Welcome back, my friends. Many of you, if you're very patient and or some sort of sicko, have seen several of our NFL mock draft-a-paloozas in various formats over several years. We've done them as back in the old days on Talk Shoe. It was just all of audio. Since we have the very handsome Andrew Liner with us, we're going to take advantage of it because, give the people what they want, right? Sex sells. So we're going to have a brief discussion, then we're going to launch into picks, and people have sent me boards, and the people who are apparently too afraid to show up, I'm joking. People got things going on. Some people apparently are not ignoring their families like I am, but they know, I warned them. Okay, Daddy will pay attention to you again soon. I promise. But the fact is that this is, a draft like no other in a very long time. Now, obviously, once again, I'm old enough to remember when the combine was a very small thing. Only really a small number of players there, was mostly medically focused. And they would say, hey, could you run a few routes? Or, hey, could you do this? Or would you mind doing a blah, blah, blah? And then eventually they started and now it became this giant mega event. But to the surprise of no one, the first pick and probably the first few picks is going to be chalk, 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 chalk. And then it gets interesting around pick 4. So I think from what I'm looking at the boards that have been submitted, I think it's going to play out the same way in our draft. Then it gets interesting, both in the real draft and in our draft, because some people are squirrely. And some teams, once again, Andy was talking about off air, that very famously, and we've talked about this in the past, there are some teams that clearly at least listen. They may say they don't, but they listen to stuff. Everyone pretends. They say, "Oh, we don't know it. We didn't hear about that." But you've got somebody in your organization. It's almost their job to listen to stuff and to put out stuff, right? Especially this time of year. The last month and a half is what I call lying season, and every team either somewhat intentionally or sometimes inadvertently puts out or fails to clarify, or however you want to put it, things about what's actually going on, right? And I will just check to see if anyone else is about to join us. But if not, it'll be you and I for a minute. But not to the surprise of absolutely no one, the first pick is indeed, you guessed it. Oh, wait, here comes Hales. Okay, excellent. Things are getting sexy now. Sexy.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And not surprisingly, it appears Hales is lying on his back.
Yep, from the bedroom.
What's up?
Whoa, there he is.
Oh!
Popped up like the Undertaker.
I didn't see that coming. I'll admit it. Yes. This is obviously, and wow, that's downright Korean horror movie interesting stuff going on there.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is very horror-esque stuff that's happening right now.
I feel like any minute now, a 14-year-old Korean girl with her elbows turned outwards is going to go across the ceiling.
Yeah. It's like Space Odyssey.
Playing a little MLB The Show.
So I feel like completely outclassed because I got these two offensive line, beautiful kind of guys going in. They're just a little reserve safety, just trying to hold it down. But yes, I like it. I feel protected though. I feel like nobody's getting through you two.
No.
Low to the ground, got good leverage, big old thighs. I'm ready to go.
Oh, God, that's anyone who loves football, that's it. That's what you look for. That's what it's all about, really, when you think about it. It's about that. Oh man, that's beautiful stuff. Oh man, there's nothing better, really, when you think about it. So I'm going to take one last look around to see if anybody else is going to hop on with us, and then we'll just proceed with people's boards, which is not as interesting, but whatever. I will do it the way that people want to do it. Some people are just shy, and it's okay, because I was taught many years ago that someone who's shy is really someone who wants to be bold but doesn't know how.
So it's all about helping them open up,
Right, and that's what we're about. The draft community is a place for healing.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. And fighting. Healing and fighting.
Right. Well, that's how you need the what's it called? That's how the healing is then necessary because of all the fighting. Oh, okay. So people are now just getting straight DMs from people. Nice. It's not the same as submitting a board, kids, but all right. I'll work with it as much as I can. Let's see. Okay. Now I'm getting questions about how do I, oh God, read the emails, people. Okay, give me a moment. Let me see. Now I need to send someone a link to something. People just pay attention. But this is the way of the world, I guess. This is the way of the world. I think I can send them that. I think that worked. If it didn't, tough luck. Okay. I really would like to get this show on the road. So I'm going to, okay. People have 4 minutes to do anything else, wrap up whatever it is you're doing. Oh, good. And then somebody did send me something they were supposed to send me.
Say goodbye to your family for a while.
Right. All that stuff. I get it. Right. It's like daddy's going off to war, only it's a little different. Oh, also, guys,
daddy's going off to the war room.
Right. I'm forwarding to you. I think I'm forwarding to you. I haven't memorized everyone's email. Hales, remind me, what is your email again?
Hayden Harrison 36 at Gmail.
Okay. There you. No, that's not you. That's someone else. Okay, it's with a similar name. That was close though. And that's Hayden.
Yes, sir.
You sound like a senator from the 1930s. I mean, I like it. It's an impressive name. Hayden Harrison is 36, you said?
Yep.
Okay, at Gmail.
It's all of his licensed massage shops that he's got going on.
Yeah, working on my 37th.
There you go. And then, oh yeah, Andy, I know yours. I do.
Yep, mine's got my name in it.
Yes, that does make it easier. It does.
If somebody else has mine, I'm a little bit terrified. But it is 2021, and there's a lot of weirdos out there.
There are, and some of them will be joining us apparently at some point. If I can believe it.
At least half of the people on here tonight will be weirdos.
Yes, that is true. And then who else do I need to send this to? Probably someone else, but I'm forgetting. I sent it to you. Let me see. Who else? No, not you. Maybe you. Okay. We're gonna start throwing up picks in just under 2 minutes. Oh, here we go.
Who's the first pick? Who's got the first pick?
I do. Yeah, hold on. Let me copy and paste one last thing, and then I will give you my full undivided attention.
I'll go do your thing. I'll keep the people entertained.
Do that.
Two of us.
Yes.
I have no idea where this is streaming, so.
Yes. Here we go, and then I will be done after I paste that.
I better cover up the logo on the water. Don't want to get you in trouble, you know.
I think we'll be okay. But is there anything else I need to put in this email? I think that'll do it. Yeah, that should do it. Hitting send. If I left someone out, they'll find me and let me know.
Yeah, they'll figure it out.
Yes. That's also what they might do. Correct. Well put, man. Well put. And yeah. Boom. Okay. Boom. Oh, wait, is there still something wrong? Oh, okay. Sorry. I forgot to get rid of it.
There we go. He threw on a hoodie. The white T-shirt was see-through, so.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't want to show everything that was going on. I appreciate that.
Oh, not everything. Yeah, the kids aren't ready for that.
No. It's not that season yet.
No,
yeah.
It's not hot boy summer yet.
That's right.
Oh, it's coming, but it's coming. Okay, now. Yes. Okay, that's done. Thank Jesus. All right. To the surprise of absolutely no one, the first pick is indeed Trevor Lawrence, the beautiful quarterback.
Messiah.
Yes. I mean, I think we've all been hearing about him since he was probably an 8th or 9th grader. And I mean, people freaked out a little bit about what he said. I don't have a chip on my shoulder, but what would his chip on his shoulder be about? Like, I mean, like, oh,
Yeah,
God.
I really didn't dig into that too much.
Well, I mean, it's just silliness. But I mean, but what would he be upset about? What would be the thing he'd be using to, work himself up exactly?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to be upset when you're this golden boy prospect with those long flowing locks, win a championship in college, and going to be the first pick overall in the NFL. Not much to complain about.
Right. What's the term I use is origin tale. Like, what's the thing in your origin lore? Your origin story is going to be like, right? I mean, it'd be hard to manufacture. Now, some people manage to do it somehow, but you have to really work at it. Be like, I can't believe they didn't. Well, what's the thing, right?
Yeah.
That I just win the Heisman all 3 years or whatever. Like, I mean, short of the Heisman, is there anything else you could think of they didn't really accomplish that college football players try to accomplish? So unless the thing that gets you going is the Heisman, that's about the only I can think of. They're like, oh, how could they not give me the Heisman?
And Kajana Carter would have taken it back for a good NFL career. So
Exactly.
You think Carter would have made that if you give me back my knee ligaments, I will give you back this Heisman trophy.
yeah.
Yes, that might be a good point. And once again, as expected, we keep rolling to pick number 2. And
this one's my pick. I can give it if you want me to.
You are here.
Yeah.
Please.
All right. So we're talking about chip on the shoulder. Guess what? I know what the pick is likely to be, but this is where I switch it up because I believe this is actually the second best quarterback in the draft and a top 5 player. And he would be a number 1 quarterback in almost any draft if it wasn't for the chosen one, Trevor Lawrence. But I'm going to say Justin Fields here for the Jets.
Let the spiciness commence.
Yeah. Because here's the thing. Like, people, I think there's a lot of things that are going around during this draft season, and people are forgetting that this kid has been through adversity time and time and time again. He messed up his knee the first year he was at Ohio State, came back and balled out, messed it up again, came back, balled out. Clemson game, you go to the 6 touchdown game, he gets his ribs cracked, comes in, balls out again. The kid, he's managing this epilepsy thing, which people are going to talk about as a bad thing, but I actually view it as a positive thing because it's a dude that's absolutely focused on, what he needs to do to, kind of get to that next level. He's taking care of himself. He's never been out of a football game because of it. It's one of those things where they have family history and you kind of grow through some of it in your 20s and 30s. And he's just gone through all this adversity. He's got a massive chip on his shoulder. He's kind of the perfect prospect when you talk about his mobility, his ball placement, his cannon he's got. The whole one read thing is total BS because you can go into the Clemson game and actually watch his eyes shift around. And it's not a head bob, but it's literally his eyes shifting. And just because his wide receivers were open all the time, guess what? He made the right read. So to me, this is clear in a way the number 2 quarterback, and he would be number 1 quarterback in most drafts. So Justin Fields, that should be the pick for the Jets. I get that it likely won't be, but I believe that it should be.
Well, I love, first of all, the departure from the herd or however you want to describe it. And 2, if you believe in this young man, and there's a lot of reasons to believe in him. I mean, he's in terms of his mix of talents. I mean, there's like combinations of lots of players. You could say I see some Cam. You can say I see some Steve McNair. You can say I see some Robert Griffin III. You can say I see some. I mean, there's a lot of guys that you can say you see, but all the guys.
Yep.
I mean, there's elements of lots of players, but all of the things that you talked about, toughness, and despite what people say about, does he struggle sometimes with disguised coverages? Yes. Do you know who else does? All the college quarterbacks.
yeah,
Every
exactly.
I saw
Go
Aaron
watch
Rodgers.
Peyton Manning versus Florida.
I saw Aaron Rodgers have some bad days sometimes when he was struggling with disguised coverages. I mean, very famously, we saw Jared Goff throw up 5 picks in one game. Now they weren't all his fault, but this is going to be new and different. I don't care who you were. I don't care where you played. You haven't seen what Bill Belichick's going to whip out.
Yeah.
That's just going to be new and different. You're going to have to adjust. So I love it.
But you know who's seen way more tough defenses than probably most quarterbacks in this entire draft? It's Justin Fields, who went through a historically tough defensive schedule. And the other guys that you could draft here simply didn't have that level of competition that they were up against. So I don't know.
Right.
I love it. I think he's the second best player. And I think there's a lot of teams that are throwing smoke out there because ultimately they probably want this guy.
Well, the other thing I'll say is I always thought that he was actually the player that the 49ers had moved up to 3 for. So this would foil all of their happen. You're like, curses. It would have gotten him to if not for you meddling. Meddling.
Chris Sims is out there trying to do the work for Kyle Shanahan. Trying to get Fields to drop down so they can surprise everybody and take him at number 3.
Hey, I mean, they've been friends for 22 years, 20 something years. So, I can't put it back. No, more than that, right? More like 20. Yeah, like 23, 24 years.
I question getting tattoos of each other,
right? Now
names or whatever, but
do that every day.
Whatever.
Right?
That's cool that you guys are good friends.
That's right. I have a lot of good friends, Andy, but I've never thought to myself, "Hey, Carl, where we get tattoos?" It crossed my mind, actually. So things run deep, apparently, with the two. So this will. Some people might already have to go with a second choice since there was a lot of assumptions. So that now brings us to the third pick on the clock, and the player they thought they were getting is not available. So now it is Zach Wilson, number 3. Oh, and now Living Good is joining us. It looks like Jared.
Yep, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you feeling, sir?
I'm all right.
Excellent. Excellent. So we're coming to the third selection. That's how you got a bunch of big guys where you can literally hear beeping.
Yeah.
And I believe we are being joined. So we're getting closer to a full house.
Oh, look at that. We got 5 people.
Yeah, well, we're getting there.
All right.
Okay, so we have clock has begun for pick number 3. And now it's the moment on the show when I check people's boards again. Talk amongst yourself.
Yeah, sorry to mess it up after pick 2.
First pick. Yes, go ahead. Yeah, somebody please recap the first 2 picks for us while I check boards again.
Yeah, all right. So first pick, we had Trevor Lawrence going off the board, and then I came in and shocked the world and took old Justin Fields for the Jets at number 2. And at number 3, I believe you were announcing the pick.
Yep.
Did you fully announce it, or?
I'm about to. I was going to let everyone. I saw people coming in. I was going to wait because then I'd have to recap it anyway.
Okay.
Yes, I can announce it now. There we go. It really is an offensive line fest. I love it. So yes. So the pick was, obviously altered by what happened at pick 2. So well done, Andy. But yeah, so now the pick will be quarterback Zach Wilson from BYU. And he's an interesting player for several different reasons. As you pointed out, Andy, yourself, the first really, really, really disguised coverage he sees will be the first one he's seen in his life. So the one team that sort of kind of played with his mind a little bit was Coastal Carolina. He still had a pretty decent game. I'm not going to think he stunk it up or anything, but they at least made him hold the ball a little bit and double clutch a little. And of course, obviously, like I said, there's they're not exactly, it's not a built.
Looks like we got a pause on Bill.
No,
there he is.
Doesn't
there
lack for confidence, do we? Oh, okay. I don't know what that was about, but all the things that people talk about, the mobility, super strong arm, and boy, does he not lack for confidence. So if you do want to start pushing the ball down the field, that's your guy. We don't know a lot about how he reacts to get really smacked around because it hasn't really happened very much, at least not this year. He got hit a little bit the previous year and showed a little bit of toughness that year, but this year, he hardly got touched. So we'll see. Now that puts us to pick number 4.
Oh boy.
Let me see. Give me uno momento while I once again popular checking of boards.
Number 3.
Number 3 was Zach Wilson. So we got Trevor Lawrence 1, Fields at 2, Zach Wilson at 3.
Yes. And okay. We have a little bit of a surprise. So the run on quarterback is interrupted by one tight end / wide receiver / offensive weapon, Kyle Pitts. So once again, this is one of the things that will reshape what happens afterwards, right? Because now people will have to make some decisions they didn't think they might have to make. The things that you like about Kyle Pitts is he is a top 4 or so percentile athlete at his position, and really sort of period. He's a top 4 percentile athlete, kind of period. Like for his size, no matter what his position was. If he said I'm going to start rushing the passer, you'd still be like, yeah, I could see that, right? And sure, why not? And, why not get a few snaps out of you in some third down situations? And I bet after a few drills, he probably could do it, right? He looks like Jason Taylor. Like we will talk about comps, like he reminds me most of us Jason Taylor. Jason Taylor stayed a tight end because remember he went to Akron as a tight end, and they sort of figured out, yeah, you're an okay tight end, but why don't you try? Oh, yeah, that looks better. Yeah, we like that. Keep doing that. That thing we knock the stuffing out of the quarterback. That's going to make you a lot of money. Okay, so now things get interesting again because that brings us to the 5th pick, and that puts. Let's see. Just double check. Okay, so
Cincinnati.
Yep, and they've got lots of choices. And once again, in the real world, it'll be interesting to see what happens also. Because I do believe that within the organization, they're having serious, spirited discussions, I think, about what to do with this pick. And to some people, the very obvious thing to do is to get a franchise left tackle because your quarterback just got hurt, and he's basically your entire offense. And some people say, well, if you got this great receiver, then he wouldn't be your whole offense. Right now, the quarterback doesn't have to hold the ball as long, and you can get by. So let's see what the decision is. Okay, the decision still is Penei Sewell. I don't dislike that, actually. And once again, since we have a lot of offensive line type individuals, I'm sure that that's something that we can embrace. Here's what I will say. They're both special, right? They're both rare. They're both guys who are different from other guys, for lack of a way of putting it. And while there isn't, they're both good classes, very good class of tackles, really good class of wide receivers. The thought universally, and there's some people who are saying Slater, but the thought for almost everyone else is these guys, and then like a little bit of a gap, maybe not a huge gap, but a little bit of a gap, and then everyone else at their position. So I don't think they could have gone wrong with your pick. Oh, good cat person, man, living good, stock up, because the fact that you're a cat person shows that you are not like a needy person who needs all that constant, oh, I love you so much, that you usually get from dogs. You are self-contained and you can take care of yourself. Okay, so that brings us
2 cats.
Oh, wow. Get you a man who can do both. Okay. Then that brings us. Oh, the Dolphins are just in seventh heaven. They weren't entirely clear that this could happen, but now it's all come together. All the things that they like and need are all available to them. So good work, Dolphins. Good work. I mean, not that you did anything exactly, but sometimes just let the draft come to you. Nothing wrong with that. Sometimes just let the draft come to you. And it did. It fell together beautifully for them because any of the players that they would have really wanted are definitely there. Nice. It is. It's nice. Good thing. And I really believe in their coach. I believe this is a program headed in the right direction there in Miami. They're going to be trouble in another year or two. They're in trouble now. They'll be big trouble in another year or two. And Jamar Chase has a new home. I don't dislike this one bit either. And when you think about the things that Tua Tagovailoa does best, and I know some people have been saying, they might move on another quarterback. I mean, I know this is like a pop things in a microwave society we live in now, and people just want to move on to the next thing immediately. We live on Hot Pockets, and I get that. Quibi, I want to watch a show that's 3.5 minutes long. Who has time to watch a 27-minute show? I get it. But you just drafted this guy. He had, was it 6 starts, 7? I mean, he's had a handful of starts, people. Right. Let's pump the brakes on drafting another quarterback. And think of how much draft capital you have invested in that room. And they still have Rose.
He's with
he's San Francisco. Is that right?
No. Yeah. That's right. Rosenthal, right. But they still have a lot of draft capital they just invested very recently in a quarterback. And unless you hate that guy, because when you draft a quarterback that early, you have to hate him. You can't just be not completely satisfied. You have to hate that guy to draft another quarterback that early. You got to go. I don't think that's where it is with them. And that puts us to pick number 7.
Yeah, I think both 5 and 6, you see that with young quarterbacks, I truly believe this. You need to set them best up for success before you can truly judge them.
Yep.
And for Burrow, protecting him and getting him a elite left tackle is super important, especially after he shreds his knee last year. And then for Tua, just getting him more weapons so that he has people that can get open or that can win in tight spaces is super important. So if you have a young quarterback, do whatever you can, forget the defense, and set that quarterback up for success before you even think about moving on to another one.
Well, and their defense wasn't too shabby the last I checked. I mean,
right. Yeah, absolutely.
And Brian Flores, once again, fruit of the Belichick tree, can figure out ways to get by without, having the, 99 Tampa Bay Buccaneers or the 2001 Ravens or the 85 Bears. He doesn't need, obviously every guy wants to have that his side of the ball be loaded, but he's clearly figured out how to get it done with guys who are maybe good rather than great.
Yep.
Which is why you hire a guy like him, because he can get it done. Okay, so let's see. And that puts...
I'm on the clock?
Yep. Mine's on the clock.
All right, well, this is pretty simple. Since the Lions have not possibly, but the worst receiving core in the NFL. So I'm going with the mighty Jalen Waddle.
Yeah.
Great. Yes. All right. Yes. obviously, Jalen Waddle gives you something that everyone says you can't teach speed, and it's because it's true. I tried to teach myself speed; it didn't really work out. It is something that basically, you wake up with, as they say. When you're bored, you've got to. I mean, you can work on it, you can improve it, but you're essentially, it's like a diamond, right? You can either it's got lots of inclusions in it, and it's a bad color, or whatever, and you can polish it, you can cut it up however you want, but if it's not a good quality diamond, it's never going to be. And then if it's a beautiful clear stone, you're just working to get it to look prettier. That's how speed works. Like, you've got either this great canvas with which to work because, your parents and God and whatever else, or you're, a guy who's lying about his 40 time. So yes, I agree that he's going to give you something that they haven't had. They've had guys who could run, don't get me wrong, but like that kind of speed, you've got to go a long way back in Detroit. That guy was like a flat-out blazer. I mean, obviously, Kevin Johnson, who was also a freak in so many different ways. Who's huge and can run like the wind, like a scalded dog. And obviously he's not that, but he does give you. People have been talking about comparing him to T.Y. Hilton or whatever, and I think he's giving you sort of a T.Y. Hilton kind of player. Okay, so that puts the Panthers, yes. So now the Carolina Panthers on the clock. While I check boards, discuss amongst yourselves.
Yeah, man. I love the Waddle pick. I think obviously Jared Goff goes from the Rams, who have all these different weapons that he gets to play with. He gets traded to Detroit, so he's like Blake Griffin, where he goes LA to Detroit, and you're just like, oh man. And then so first off, you go from a beautiful city and to Detroit, and you're like, okay. And then you look around the cupboard and there's nothing in there when you want to eat. So for them to start filling the cupboard with Waddle and have a guy that, Goff can at least kind of count on a little bit, you have to have weapons there. He just had nothing outside of Swift and Hawkinson. So, getting a wide receiver is just the perfect fit for Detroit.
Yeah, like I said, very difficult to argue with that.
Here's the thing: if Pitts is still on the board, would y'all go Pitts to Detroit?
If you would.
I think if it was Pitts versus Chase, then I probably for Detroit would actually go Chase. But if it was Pitts versus any other receiver, I think I probably would go Pitts, just because I think it's so rare to have an elite tight end, especially in the NFL, where there's actually, that's probably the weakest position in all of the NFL in terms of depth and quality, is tight end. So to have that kind of advantage and have Hawkinson and have Pitts is matchup nightmares that people just don't know how to deal with. So yeah, outside of Chase, I probably would have gone Pitts over anybody else for Detroit.
Yep. Okay, give him one more minute. Let's see. So we have a little bit of a run on wide receivers already, it looks like. We'll see if that continues.
Yep.
Yeah, it definitely is interesting to. I think I've been in a few different mocks, and each one of them has actually started out different than the other. So, um, outside of the guarantee of 3 quarterbacks in the top 10, you really aren't sure what's going to happen.
And as it turns out, the third, or I guess the fourth now, quarterback is going off the board as Trey Lance is going to the Carolina Panthers.
Dang it.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's the right call, I think. Despite trading for Darnold, the Trey Lance ceiling is just so much higher. Why go to the second floor when you have the ability to go to the fifth?
Sure.
Yeah.
And my assumption is that Darnold, probably has the starting job and could even hold on to it for a while, depending upon how he plays. And worst case scenario is you end up trading one of them. Now, probably more likely it's Darnold, but the great thing is that Darnold can make himself a very attractive thing to be traded at some point if he goes out and plays very well. Sort of Alex Smith-ish. I mean, obviously he's much younger, but that thing where a guy plays himself into being a valuable commodity when you are ready to move on to your dynamic young quarterback.
Right. Or he could go full Josh Rosen and all of a sudden he's on his, third team within a few years and now he's kind of being hopped around a little bit. You don't know,
Sure. Yeah, I mean, each one is probably equally likely.
Yeah.
I believe a little bit more in Donald than I did in Rosen, partially because he just has, it's like a 350 small block V8 versus a guy who's like a 3.6 liter V6. I don't dislike Rosen, but he was a guy that always had to sort of get by on. I mean, we talked about Mac Jones, right? A guy who's very smart, very, does certain things well, but doesn't have really all of the physical talent. And that was kind of the situation with Rosen. People talked about, his personality. Does he read too many books and whatever? Like, what? I don't think that was really the issue. I think we all love the football meathead stories that you get about people like, Gronk or whatever, but most guys in the NFL are actually fairly bright. Shocker, people. So that brings us to the 9th pick. And once again, something interesting could potentially happen here. Let's see.
Yeah, I think if this is happening and the Broncos are sitting there at 9 and, Lance all of a sudden is dropping to 7, I wonder if Denver would try to hop over Carolina, give Detroit more picks, which they absolutely need to go get Lance at that point.
Well, two things.
Yeah, that's an option.
Yeah, 2 things on that. I think that we will see at least one trade somewhere around this point in the real draft.
Yep.
Somewhere around here in the latter half of the top 10, and then probably 1 or 2 more in the latter half of the draft as teams that didn't get what they wanted, are sitting in the last half of the first say, we're just going to trade out of the first, and then somebody who does still like what's available moves up. So let's see what the pick is for pick number 9. So, yeah, the Broncos would have liked if Trey Lance had been there. But these things happen. Let's see. So plan B for them.
Yeah, their GM just didn't do a good enough job working the phones.
Okay, but not a bad. What's the word I'm looking for? Consolation prize.
Consolation prize. Yeah,
not a bad consolation prize is cornerback Patrick Surtain from the University of Alabama.
Oh wow!
Nice.
Okay, I don't think you go home mad. I don't think you. I mean, you shouldn't. I wouldn't go home mad. It might not have been what. Once again, might have been what you had planned and plotted and thought, but I wouldn't go home mad. I would feel all right if I were the Broncos and it played out that way.
I do feel like that's kind of worst case scenario that's happening there. Yeah.
Yeah.
They only
they
got
have
Definitely
very,
interesting.
very talented
like a
corners
year.
already.
So,
Right. And I think they would have loved if any of the quarterbacks had made it to them, quite frankly. I think they would have been any of the ones that, but short of Mac Jones, any of the others, I think they would have been thrilled with. I think if it had been Wilson, if it had been Lance, if it, any of them, I think they would have been like, yes, bring him to me. But as you pointed out, there was an opportunity to make a trade, and they didn't.
Yep.
So these next highest rated on the board, they decided to go best player available, and he qualifies as a best player available if nothing else. Okay, so that brings us to the 10th pick.
Yeah, Cowboys. This will be an interesting one here.
It will be a
See what will
fascinating.
happen because everybody is putting Surtain to. Everybody seems to be certain that he's going to Dallas, but that clearly didn't happen because Denver, snipes him a pick earlier.
Which
I would argue probably did him a favor.
Yeah, a lot of people put that. Did them a favor. And that sometimes happens. And sometimes people within an organization, we talked about lying season, will put stuff out there hoping that a player they don't really. Oh, wait, hold on.
It was a very solid point right there.
No. Oh. Yeah. Let me see. Responding to an email. Give me 1 second, gentlemen.
All good. I would for sure say within the first 9 picks so far, 8 that have gone are probably a lot of people's consensus top 8 guys. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens here. As I think in terms of the top guys, so far we've all done a pretty good job of taking those top guys off the board.
Right.
And I don't necessarily hate Patrick Surtain. I just think that he does a lot of things really, really well. But when you point out what is the one thing that he does that makes him, a top-tier player, I just don't know that he has that one particular thing. But I do think that he's a dude that you're going to fill in, and he's not going to, let you down. He's going to do a good job. I just don't know if he's got that all-pro capability that you kind of hope to take when you're selecting in the top 10.
Right, 100%. I mean, that is the whole point of the top 10 is to get one of the 10 best players, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's where I come from. And that's obviously that changes things. And everyone has a different opinion what the top 10 players are. Okay. And let's see. Okay. And that brings us to
Pick 10, the Cowboys.
And it appears the run on corners is afoot as J.C. Horn is now off the board.
See, I think Dallas made out really well there.
And is the Giants GM with us now? Let's see.
Yes. Yeah.
I thought you are on the clock, sir.
All right. The New York Giants select Devonta Smith, wide receiver, Alabama.
The Slim Reaper. Obviously, there's been thousands of people posting things about his 166-pound body. And my answer to that is you probably won't ask him to stand to block a lot. I'm guessing.
Yes.
Tell me about some things you like about Mr. Devonta Smith and how you.
I like how he releases. Very good hands. Enough speed. Enough yards after catch ability. The Giants really lack a guy with the ability to run after catch. I think you'll get that in Smith. They got their big outside guys in Slayton and Galladay now. So I think if you put Smith in the slot, you can kind of prevent him from being pressed there in the slot. And I think he'll win very well in the slot.
And though I made a little joke about not keeping him in the block a lot, if you actually watch his tape, he is a surprisingly feisty little blocker. I mean, he's not at all adverse to getting involved in the run game. So, nice addition to your offense. And I think Daniel Jones will be very pleased. That brings us to the EAGLES Eagles. Let's see what we've got. Okay, so you have. Hold on. Who do you have again, sir?
This is kind of the nightmare scenario for the Eagles if they wanted a wide receiver. The three receivers they were probably targeting all gone by pick 12, and they could have just stuck around at pick 6 and actually got the receiver. So this would be an absolute. I don't think they would be too thrilled with that.
They want corner or receiver, and now we're missing.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of people's top 2 corners are also off the board now. So that's 5 of the players they might have been targeting gone.
Let me see. I'm trying to remember who Chris has again. Let me check my emails. What do you mean you didn't find anything? You have to have found something because he's here we go. Okay. Okay. Well, here we go. Where'd it go? Oh, here we go.
As a Giants fan, you'd probably be pretty happy if Eagles are sitting there having to look at this, right? Right, Sean?
Yes, I hope they don't trade up for a Waddle or a Smith. There's even talk they would trade up for Surtain in front of Dallas, which makes no sense since they were already up there at 6. Like, why you
Right.
trading back?
Yeah. Imagine giving back what you got just to move back up, but you can't get fully back up to pick 6.
Yes,
That would be so Houston Texans of them.
It would be a little something. Once again, something to talk about, which I guess people like having things to talk about. Let's see. Okay, so somebody's having laptop issues. Always. Let's see. Whatever. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go into the boards. What I'm gonna do. Just gonna go to the boards and. As was noted, this is not what they would have liked, but they are going to select somebody who's still available at least. Oh, okay. It's a little different than we might have expected, but it is, I would say, a bit of surprise. Linebacker Micah Parsons, Penn State.
I like it.
I think it makes sense.
It was one of those, we got to pick somebody, and right,
And Saints are happy that another corner is not off the board.
Right. Also,
it's true. I do wonder, though, for the Eagles to take Parsons, they would have to feel very good about all the background checks they did, given, you notice a lot of the things that the stories and stuff that have been out there with Parsons, which you don't know what's fully true and not. However, to keep him in an area where there was maybe some issues, you'd have to be pretty sure that you feel comfortable with that happening to take that guy.
Oh, yes. I mean, I think they'd have to conclude the following things. One, that it was, I don't want to say just boys being boys or whatever, but they'd have to be convinced that it wasn't a malicious thing. That this was something that they did to guys that they liked, as crazy as it sounds, because it is a weird, when you read the accounts of it, it certainly makes you go, right? It's a classic things that make you go, but they have to be utterly convinced. Okay, so that brings, I believe, Donovan James, and he wants for the Chargers.
I mean, this one's it's got to be a no-brainer.
Yeah.
It's Rashawn Slater, so I guess how you feel about Brain.
I feel like they would be sprinting to the podium with this pick.
You are correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I got the chance to watch him in person, obviously not this year, but the year previous. And the things you notice, we talk, I joked about offensive line guys, but Bend got that in spades. He is a fluid athlete with quick feet, and while I wouldn't say his technique is teaching tape, he does have things in the way that he plays that make you feel like he can get there. Like he'll get to where he becomes a technician, even though he might not be 100% a great technician right this very minute. And that brings us to, I believe we have the GM available for pick 14, yes? I think, don't we? Let me see, do we? I thought, let me see if isn't that, that's right.
Okay, yeah, that's got to be Hales, I imagine.
Yeah, I think I just added him back. You're back now, Hales, yes?
I'm on the clock?
Yes, sir.
I thought, what team? I thought I was the Lions and the Colts.
Oh,
okay.
Well, never mind.
I mean, I can pick.
Hey, Bill, which team do you have?
I keep forgetting people's real names versus their handles. Let me double check to make sure I'm not going crazy.
Maybe I'm going crazy.
Well, it's equally likely, but we're about to get Christopher Disney in a momento. Okay, so he has. Okay. Well, we're about to get at least one more person. It looks like. So I won't stall, though. I will go ahead and. Yes, the answer is. Oh, there he is. And the answer is yes, sir. It looks like we may have an orphan franchise, so you can feel free if you would like to make.
Sounds good.
Oh,
Who's at 14?
Saints.
Saints.
The Saints? Did we trade up?
That's what I was wondering.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Slow down. Let me double check.
I mean, I'm down.
Give me a second. Hold on. Yeah, that might. What just happened? Did that not? Okay. Give me a check.
Oh, I thought there was a trade. I was like, all right.
That's exciting stuff, but let me double check. Hold on. That doesn't look right, does it? No, that does not.
No, 14 should be Minnesota.
Minnesota, right. Thank you. Yeah.
It was a little bit angry that Slater went.
Right. Correct. So it's the next best. It's Christian Darrisaw, which once again, what's the term we just used? Consolation prize. That would be the consolation prize, and it's not a bad consolation prize. You lose a little something in pass protection, but maybe you gain a little something as a drive blocker in the run game, kind of, sort of.
Who is the Saints GM in this?
I keep forgetting people's real names versus their. Give me a second. I can tell you in a second. And once again, some people sort of backed out the last minute, which is always exciting. So, give me a moment while I make sure I spell things correctly in terms of the selections. So, who is like Saints World?
That's me.
That is you.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm so confused sometimes. But yes,
if I need to take over the Saints, I can.
I don't think there's anybody here to fight you. So I think you won without even throwing a punch. And
my favorite kind of fight.
That is actually the best. Sun Tzu would tell you the best battle is the one you win before it begins.
I guess his opponent was Ben Askren.
Oh, poor Ben Askren. Let me double check a few things. Okay. Oh, we have the hater. Yes.
I'm here.
Mr. Chris Disney. Okay. Would you be willing to pick up an orphaned Patriots franchise?
Sure.
Okay. If so, you are now on the clock, sir.
Oh, I am? All right, hold on.
Well, who did Minnesota take?
Oh, sorry, Christian
Darrisaw. That's right. Never mind.
Yeah. The consolation prize, yes.
Yep.
Hater wants Felipe. He already told me.
No, I got
Hey, Bill.
Yeah.
all right.
Which teams do I have, by the way?
Yeah, this has gotten confusing for me as well, because several people who I thought would be here aren't. And if you don't show up and you don't tell me you're not showing up, you lose your team. If you tell me you can't make it, that's one thing. So here's teams that are available, and you can tell me which of them you would like.
I thought I had Dallas and Miami.
Oh, okay. You've got Dallas and Miami already, or do you want them?
I thought I had them.
You do. Right.
Okay.
That is correct. Would you be willing also to accept your mission if you choose to accept it? Okay, we have the Washington football team has a GM, the Bears have a GM, the Colts have a GM, the Jets have a GM. It appears the Raiders, however, do not. In fact, it looks like both the Cardinals and Raiders have also been orphaned.
I'll
That
take
makes
anything.
sense.
There we go. I love solutions to otherwise difficult problems. Okay, so excellent. That helps me because otherwise I would have been trying to shake the tree. And so, yes, the Patriots are 15 years clock, brand new spanking GM, Christopher Disney, a.k.a. The Hater.
1 second.
He's scouring the big board.
He's scouring. He's getting Nike.
I had to pull it up.
I wonder if Nike will have tried to renegotiate for more treats this year in order to run draft day for the Patriots.
I mean, the hoodie hasn't exactly done a stellar job as of late. So
As of late, yes, they've had some adventures with some of their picks. Some of them have always turned out how they planned. It happens, but now you no longer have the cushion that you once had when picks don't quite work out.
right.
So now they got to take the draft really seriously. We're going to draft better now.
Yeah. Maybe don't draft skill positions, Patriots. It's just not your thing.
Not everybody can do everything.
No.
It's good. It's good to know your strengths and weaknesses. Do you want someone to give you a rundown of best availables?
I'm on it. Hold on.
All right.
Could just give him the rundown of who's been picked so far.
Also might help you. Right. Okay. Trevor Lawrence went first to the surprise of absolutely nobody. Then a bit of a surprise with Justin Fields going second. Then Zach Wilson went third. In what some people might consider a surprise, but it's not a big surprise to me, Kyle Pitts went fourth.
Yeah.
Yep. And then to the surprise of practically no one, Penei Sewell went fifth. Then Jamar Chase, wide receiver from LSU. Then we had another wide receiver, Jalen Waddle from Alabama. Then Trey Lance from North Dakota State University. Then we had Patrick Surtain from beautiful Alabama. And then we came to J.C. Horn as the sort of mini run-on corners there. And then right after that, we had speaking of Alabama, we had the Slim Reaper, Devontae Smith from Alabama. And then a bit of a surprise, Micah Parsons went 12th overall. Then we have Rashawn Slater go to San Diego at pick 13. And then Christian Darrisaw went to the Vikings at pick 14.
All right. I'm picking that, Phil.
I think he said Mac Jones.
Mac Jones, okay.
There it is.
So we have now had the first round. I think the first round quarterbacks are in. I mean, it's always possible somebody decides that they like another one of the guys to go late the round, maybe. But this probably closes the quarterback position for business in the first. I'm guessing.
I'm
Did you say
excited
that
for Hills
Cardinals-
to take Kellen Mond.
Oh, okay. I mean, I can't completely rule that out. Anything can happen. That's what makes it so fun. That brings us to another brand new GM, Mr. Jaron Livinggood. You are now on the clock with yet another franchise just awarded to you, the Arizona Cardinals.
1 second. Let's see.
Oh, and let me see, I'm gonna add him. And ladies and gentlemen, we've also been joined by. Should I do the cool, classic, old school introduction? Should I do it?
Go for it.
He's
gone.
Gone before I get at him. Oh well. If he comes back, I may do the full classic old school introduction I used to do for him when he was a guest on my old show, Feeling a Draft. Oh, nope. Maybe he's back. Hold on. Let me see what just happened. Okay.
So the Cardinals select Tevin Jenkins.
Ooh,
Okay.
like that.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your thought process and how you see or what you see as his usage and role and impact to the team.
Got to protect Kyler. That's for damn sure.
Okay.
I'm looking at Arizona.
Who Cardinals take?
Tevin Jenkins.
I love Tevin Jenkins, but even I was a little surprised. Like, oh. But I do. I'm a big fan. I thought he would go somewhere probably a few picks later, but I'm a big fan. And if you guys do decide you want to win the football, you've got somebody who doesn't mind slapping people around in the run game too.
Yeah, and here we are with some more worst-case scenarios for teams. The Raiders, who decimate their offensive line at their own accord, now see 4 offensive linemen go before they can pick.
Oops.
Yep. This is not ideal for the Raiders right now.
It is not ideal for the Raiders. They may be forced to go elsewhere, at least early on with their first pick, if they were thinking offense. Or they could go other than offensive line, but other than tackle, I guess, might be the other possible option.
Right.
Do I have the Raiders too, or someone else?
You do. Yes, sir. You are back on the clock.
All right, then the Raiders take Elijah Vera Tucker. USC.
So, yes, there we
That's
go.
what I was going to say.
Once again, sometimes, as someone pointed out, sometimes the consolation prize turns out to be the real prize.
Yeah, I agree with that. Good for the Raiders, taking a position that they wouldn't have had to been forced to take if they were just kept their own players. Congratulations, Gruden and Mayock. You guys are doing a bang-up job over there.
There's an old saying about like hiring your friends, and it can work out beautifully. I'm not saying it can't, but it doesn't always work out the way you thought it would. So it's not a big deal for Gruden, who's like coach for life, but it could be a very important year for Mike Mayock, who does not have a 10-year contract.
Yeah, I'd love to see him back at the NFL Network. I'm not going to lie.
Well, we'll see how this works then. This might be your opportunity if things don't work out this year.
And Garen's back again with Miami, I think.
Oh,
woo!
right.
Dominating.
Triple header.
Hey, who is the Bears?
That is Montel, who is with us, I think. Oh, unmute yourself so you can say hello, Montel. Not.
He's waiting for that intro you're supposed to get.
Oh, I can do it. I can do the old school intro. There are 7 acknowledged wonders of the world, but you are about to witness the 8th, the second hardest working man in sports media, the one, the only Montel. Now unmute yourself. Darn it. That would have been great if you'd come right in there. Right in there.
Hey, how you doing? No.
Versus spoiled again.
He's gone.
Well, at some point, we'll be rejoined by him.
All right. So Miami Dolphins select Jalen Phillips out of Miami.
Oh,
Great pick.
Broke the hearts of multiple people. Man, that's a
So
hell of a pick.
it really is. Talk a little bit about what he's going to do in your scheme there in Miami, and what you think his ceiling might be.
Well, I don't know about his ceiling. I like a lot of the Miami players, but I think Phillips kind of helped solidify that defense that they really worked on this last year, stealing Jones away from Dallas, and so salty about that one.
Right. And as a cost-cutting measure, right, you don't have to worry about a plane ticket or anything. It's like, get on the bus, and we'll see you at OTAs. Get on the bus.
We'll call a taxi for him real quick.
Montel, can you quickly introduce yourself? I think. Oh, nope, maybe not. Well, at some point, Montel. Oh, wait. Montel,
Oh, there it is. He's unmuted.
can you briefly introduce yourself, sir?
He's still muted.
Okay, maybe next time. He might be having a bandwidth issue. I don't know. But either way, he's here. And there is a little chat box or whatever. So if for some reason you're not able to, see us or be seen or whatever, or speak, put things either in my DMs or in the little chat box over, well, I don't know if you can see where I'm pointing, but over there. So that brings us to pick 19.
WTF, man.
Yes, the ever popular
Washington team of football.
actual team of football. Yes. Let's see. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. I have a message from Montel. Something here. Here we go. Oh, he's having some Wi-Fi issues. Okay, got it. I will let him know to just. Oh, wait, hold on. So Montel Hardy is having some Wi-Fi issues, it appears.
Oh, good. It looks like we have Washington up before his Chicago pick anyway. So he's got one team to get it together.
Hey, what is old Montel's Twitter handle?
It is. I used to know it by heart back when we talked more, but give me just a second and I will answer that. While I'm doing that,
Looks
someone
like
else
it's
tell me.
Montel NFL at
Yeah, that's it.
Montel NFL.
So is the Saints trying to trade up now?
Of course.
Felipe Franks is coming off the board real quick, sounds like.
That's it. Oh, and then rye bread. Is it? Oh, okay. Somebody has a bachelor party pop up. That happens. Okay. Let me see. Where's your? Okay. Oh. Why did that not do what I wanted it to do? Okay. Fine. Be that way. Weird. Okay.
I feel like I know what Washington's going to do here.
I think most of us do. I'm just double checking.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get a hold of people, which is always fun.
Love a good surprise, though, so would love to be shocked by this pick.
You guys think that Washington just sticks with the Washington football team as their name?
I think they change it. I do think
Yeah.
ultimately they change it, but It's kind of getting used to it. Although I call them WTF instead of WFT.
Because that's way more fun.
It feels more appropriate.
Okay.
Just feels so natural now. I don't know if
Okay, here we go. And huh. Okay.
All their players are gone. They forfeit their
not
pick.
all of them. I don't hate the pick, but it's probably a tad earlier than I would have seen this player going. But I don't hate the pick. Wide receiver Rashad Bateman.
Wow, that's actually a little surprising.
It's a little surprising and a little early, but I don't hate the pick. It's just, I mean, I was thinking this player would probably go 8 to 10 picks later, but now Scary Terry McLaurin gets a a work friend.
Yeah, you got to get weapons for your franchise quarterback, Ryan Fitzpatrick.
We all make jokes, and some of them are actually quite good about Ryan Fitzpatrick, but you know what his career statistics are like? I think you'd be surprised. Now, because he plays in this era, they look good. They're not mind-boggling. But
Right.
if you put his numbers in like the late 1970s, the guy's sailing into the Hall of Fame.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Put him up against Bradshaw. Put him up against even Aikman. He's out there balling.
That shows you how much the game has truly changed. Montel. So let me check on him. Once again, talk amongst yourselves. So, okay.
Yeah, definitely a little surprised with how the last few picks went. I think Mac Jones probably, if he does hit 15, if San Francisco, which they should pass on him, and other teams, like that does feel about right where he'll go is 15 to the Patriots. But yeah, the Bateman pick for sure kind of threw me a little bit for a loop. I didn't expect that one.
Yeah, well, I think they weren't expecting the board to play out the way it did. But these things happen. Because I'm trying this the old-fashioned way.
Hey. No.
I just sent him a DM as well, telling him he's on the clock.
Okay.
So Chicago lucks out by New England taking Mac Jones. Good for them.
Sometimes another team will play Secret Service.
Yeah. Although, as much as I'm probably down on Mac Jones compared to probably the NFL, I'm sure a lot of Bears fans would take Mac Jones over Andy Dalton, sling it in Chicago.
Well, I'll say,
Andy Dalton's slander right now.
well, first of all, if you are a Bears fan, you have learned to temper your expectations regarding quarterbacks. Put it that way. Life, if it's taught you nothing else, is that franchise quarterbacks are for other people.
So true.
Oh, okay. The pick is in, and it's Alex Leatherwood.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that one's a bit of a surprise, too. All right. I like this. We're getting some surprises.
We're getting some surprises. Yes, we are. which will mean that some teams will have players they weren't even expecting that they'll be choosing between. Like, oh, you're here. Who thought you'd be here now?
Yeah, I don't think you need to trade up anymore, Hales.
Yeah, it's fallen pretty well. Think it's a pretty easy pick. Even though he's got some medical issues, I think he'll end up being fine. So I'm going to take the original quarterback 2, Caleb Farley.
Yes. Yes.
Sniped me.
Who's Tennessee?
Give me a second. I'm
I'm not sure who Tennessee is, but I have the Jets, and that's who I was eyeing at 23.
As everyone knows, there's been a lot of sort of discussion of I would say, relatively minor back issue. A microdiscectomy probably means that he needs to, avoid, playing football for a little while, and probably most weightlifting activities, not all of them. Hey, Montel, can you hear us?
We can hear you.
Oh, hey, what's going on?
Hey, so I gave the classic. Oh, he muted himself again. But I gave your classic introduction, Montel. So if you can hear it, I gave your classic old school intro. Oh, well, whatever.
No, I heard you. I heard you the first time, man. I checked the comments though. I was lighting the comments up or the chat up. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
My fault.
Cool. So glad you could join us. Andy, Montel, Sean, Montel, Hales, Montel, Jerry Limigood, Montel. Yes. So if you want some really good, when you get to know Montel better, you want some really good information about guys that came out of Wake Forest in the recent past, that's the guy to hit up. But yes, that brings us to La Patones. Give me a moment while I check.
I think we're, Tennessee.
So, Andy, while Tennessee's figuring out their pick,
yeah,
I think Loomis is calling your line trying to trade up.
Interesting.
What would it take for 23?
Okay. What spot are you in?
28.
28.
So I guess I'll just go ahead and throw out. We'll do obviously 28. And then we'll give you 133, our 4th round pick.
Okay. You know what? Let's do it.
All right.
Do it. Let's get weird.
Real quick, who has the Bucks?
I do.
I do? Okay. Shoot, hold on. If I'm gonna probably hit you up for a trade. What's your account?
I just sent you here, I'll send you.
There we go.
There you go. I just DM'd you.
There we go. Now we got people in each other's
Get moving.
Yeah.
Good.
This is why I love this stuff. Here we go. Okay, so Albie is back with us. He just can't get on, but he's going to be DMing me, so I'm keeping track of him. And the clock ran out before I got him communicating with me, but he said we would have taken Parsons anyway, so it worked out. So
there you go.
It worked. Okay, so I'll be monitoring that stream of communication. I'm going to give literally one more minute for the Titans on the clock. Let me try to see if I can rouse there.
Yeah, the Jets are so bad. We need those extra picks.
I feel it.
That's the good thing about being terrible. Is you can use everything.
Yeah.
Yes. Does anybody have the Titans?
Oh, okay. Well, once again, I don't hate the pick.
Please.
So it is hybrid defender and Bethel High School Bruin, former Bethel High School Bruin, Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa.
Nice.
Glad I traded back.
And I'm glad I traded up.
Your guy is there.
We are sprinting to the podium.
Sprinting. I love when they sprint. So
The Saints would love to take Greg Newsom.
That makes sense.
Yum.
Yeah.
That is my draft crush.
Oh,
Saints.
I knew there was something I liked about you. Now I know.
Newsom is honestly quarterback 2B. Like, he's right there with J.C. Horn at quarterback 2, but he's just slightly behind.
Yeah, I like that. I
Oh.
like that pick for the Saints.
It's
I don't like it as a Bucks fan, but I like it for the Saints.
Right. Yes. He's going to once again. I feel like he's going to be a guy that's going to make his way to somebody's. I mean, if they keep having the Pro Bowl, he's going to make his way to about 3 or 4 of those in his career, maybe, before it's all said and done.
Yep.
Yeah, the Saints are an interesting one in the sense that they've got, at virtually every position, they got like one stud, and then they got like the opposite side. It's like wide receiver, cornerback, edge rusher, like everywhere they've got a stud, and then on the opposite side, it's like,
Like, please help.
Yeah, so that's an amazing pick.
Yep. And so now pick 23 belongs to.
Well, he just took it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Got
So
it.
the Saints moved from 28 to 23.
Okay.
And the Jets pick up pick 28, and then the Jets pick up the Saints' 4th rounder.
133.
Okay. Okay. So that was from the Saints from the Jets. Okay. Got it.
Yep.
And then now the Saints have picked 28. I mean
the Jets.
28. Sorry. Thank you.
It looks like those I think are flipped. The Saints and the Packers.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. And then that should be. And that's Greg Newsom. Okay. And that's me. Okay.
Steelers.
Yeah. So it took me a moment to realize, oh, wait. I'm here. I don't have to look for anywhere for this one. Yay. That's when you know you're running on fumes. Okay. This wasn't what the old saying. It's not the hero you wanted, but maybe it's the hero you needed. We're going to take Zaven Collins from Tulsa.
Oh,
Wow.
In a hybrid 4-3-3-4, you need at least one linebacker who can do literally everything. And here he is. He's not an amazing pass rusher, but a decent pass rusher. For a man his size, he's ludicrously good in coverage.
yeah.
And he's very good coming down the run game. So I'm happy. Wasn't who I was originally planning to take, but things have happened. So you have to react to the things that have taken place.
Yeah, I like Zaven Collins a lot. It's just will a team use him correctly is the only worry with him,
Yes. Well, I trust maybe more than I should, but I trust the defensive staff there, and they usually tend to figure out how to use really good football players on
That's
defense.
true.
He reminds me a lot of Zach Bond from last year,
Mm.
but better.
But better, right? That's
Yeah.
not
That
and I don't
same
think-
playing style.
right. And then I see some Jamie Collins and even a little teeny bit of Brian Urlacher in there too. And I'll take a combination of Zach Bond, Brian Urlacher, and Jamie Collins. And if you can't figure out how to use that, that's on you.
Exactly.
No doubt. Yeah. He's way smoother in coverage than I thought he would be at his size. It is pretty ridiculous how he's able to drop back and make plays in coverage at that size.
Yeah, he struggles not at all really in space, which, yes, for a very large linebacker, it's surprising and frankly delightful to see that there's a guy who looks so natural in wide open space. Okay, let's see. That brings us to 2.
You've got Jaguars. So whoever had the first pick now has pick 25.
Yep. That's what I'm ascertaining who they want. Okay. Players that they like that are still available. Oh, okay. Once again, a player that I don't at all dislike, but it's a little earlier than I think I might have anticipated. But I'm also hearing this guy might go earlier than I think he might go anyway. Defensive tackle Christian Barmore, University of Alabama.
Okay.
And to the credit, he feels like a Jaguar. He feels like he'll fit what they like to do. They like big on defense. They have a lot of large humans on defense, and he'll fit right in terms of that. And a lot of their players are guys that can move around, that can play more than one position. He's a guy that on certain downs, you might even be playing him almost at a 4-eye or almost as a defensive end kind of player, and then you might move him right on the nose in other situations. Okay, so that. Let me update before I forget, which I can do if I don't do it now.
So the Browns up next. They have built that team up pretty nice.
Yep. And one of the things about that franchise is they have, though we like to make fun of the Browns, or at least in the past to make fun of the Browns, one of the things I will say, they've actually, since the world famous debacle of a few years ago, they've actually drafted very well. If you are able to move on, from some of the pure ugliness of that, especially that one particular year, they have hit on a lot of players. And
they have.
But like all through. So this is actually one of the better drafting teams. Once again, since,
it's weird to say.
Right, it is weird to say, but yes, since the incident, they've actually drafted well.
And I remember they caught a lot of crap for taking Denzel Ward too.
Yep.
Good pick.
He's a good football player. Yes, that's right. Draft good football players, and eventually your team will get better.
Shocker.
It's sort of weird how it works out if you just keep drafting good football players, right? Eventually something nice happens for you. Just keep doing it. Okay, so for the Browns, wait, no, here we go. Okay. All right. So this is another one of those. I didn't really see that coming, but I don't hate it. Gregory Rousseau from the University of Miami.
Wow. And so,
Yep.
so they're running out Russo, Clowney, and Miles Garrett.
They chose violence. They chose violence.
That is interesting.
Well, think about it. There's times when you're gonna have all three on the field at the same time, and anyone who's watched Greg Rousseau knows where has he done his most damage? On the interior. Now you can't play him on the interior all the time because he's built like a power forward. So if you have package situations, you're gonna have all three of those dudes rushing the passer simultaneously. Good luck with that. And that brings us to pick 27.
Is it Ravens?
Yeah, Ravens.
Yeah, this one's going to be interesting.
Once again, I would not rule out in the real draft. I would not rule out a trade down. Okay, but we've got a mini run on pass rushers. It's Azeez Ojulari from Georgia. Oh, sounds like someone got hurt. You okay?
Yeah, I got hurt.
Oh, man, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I mean, I think he probably should have been gone prior to this, so I get it.
Hey, you know what? We're here for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so
man, that's a heck of a pick.
It really is. Hard to be mad. Oh, cool! Somebody's updating the. Thank you, whoever it is who's actually updating the sheet for me. Oh, sweet! One less thing to do. I love that. Okay, so that brings us to. Oh, yes, the Saints are very much here. No,
actually, the Saints traded up, so this should be the Jets.
Sorry, Jets. Yes.
Yep, and then the Jets should be the Packers.
Right, there we go.
Yep. Man, the Jets definitely need a lot of help. So I could go a number of ways here. And for the Jets, despite the fact that, you know what? No, I'm not going to do that. Actually, I am. All right. So for the Jets, I don't like to do this, but I want to help out Zach Wilson in any way necessary. And the fact that we traded back makes me a little bit more okay with that. Get that 5th year, take him at the end of the first round. And even though he's my RB2, he's going to be the first one off the board. Give me Najee Harris to the Jets.
Oh, okay.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
That's not bad. And you're getting what I think is sort of a slightly slower version of Steven Jackson. And that's still a very good football player.
And he's kind of got what the Jets thought they were potentially going to get with Le'Veon Bell in terms of the patience in the running, and then his ability to catch a ball out of a backfield is way better than a lot of people realize because of his size. They look at him, but he's a phenomenal out of the backfield guy. So it's a perfect check down guy for somebody like Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson needs all the help he can get with the Jets team. So you got Becton that you got last year. You give him a weapon in Najee Harris, and now you're rolling a little bit.
Yes, I could not agree more. Oh, I need to get Donovan James on the line. So continue to discuss amongst yourselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So the last few picks we have, just kind of going back to pick we'll say 18, Jalen Phillips, Miami. Washington took Rashad Bateman. Chicago, Alex Leatherwood. Indianapolis took Caleb Farley. Titans took JOK. Saints traded up from 28 to get a corner outside of Marshawn. So Newsom. And then Steelers took Zaven Collins. Jaguars, Christian Barmore. The Browns pairing up with Garrett and Clowney taking Rousseau. And Ravens take Azeez Ojulari, and Jets pick up a running back with Najee Harris. And then here we are with the Packers, where inevitably they're going to do something stupid and take a position that won't start for 3 years.
So another quarterback, right?
Yes. Yep. Looking at Kellen Mond.
Kellen Mond finally finds a home in the NFL. Yes, hold on.
Oh, somebody's working the phones.
That's what's happening. The phones are being worked.
That's what I'm talking about. See who's working on some trades.
People's DMs are getting crept in. That's all happening. This is how it works.
That's right. I love it.
So the Packers.
Yeah, and I said Zach Wilson. I meant Justin Fields.
That is who you meant.
Has a weapon with Najee Harris. I'm so used to the fact of what's probably actually going to happen. I forgot who I actually took as my quarterback.
It happens. Yes. Oh. Okay. So the pick is Kadarius Toney.
No.
Sorry. Yeah, you just sniped a pick from someone there, Don.
I love him. He'll bring some juice to the locker room.
Yeah, you'll definitely gain some juice, and you'll return game also should be on the uptick as well. You haven't had a really dynamic return man in a while. Yeah, Desmond Howard is not walking through that door anytime soon, or if he does, it's just to interview somebody.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not working right now.
Oh, okay. No, that's the best. The best thing is stealing time from your boss. That's awesome. But yeah, I will. Okay, no problem. I'll talk to you soon.
Packers making a good pick, so we know it won't happen in real life.
Oh, and the hits keep on coming.
Can't wait for the bees to freak out in the chat.
Right? Man, I love Kadarius Toney. He's got this thing I like to call the Florida Jerkezi move. All the kids that are from Florida, because I'm down here in Florida and I've watched a lot of high school football. I watched Peter Warwick. I watched, some of the greats that have been down here. And they have this, like, little jerk hesitation move that, like, these Florida athletes are, like, prone to do. Percy Harvin. Yep. And Kadarius Toney has that same thing.
Percy is from Virginia Beach.
Yeah. But I'm saying, like,
I know what you mean.
Yeah. But, like, that little patented jerk hesitation move Kadarius Toney has, and I absolutely love that.
Yeah, he's going to be a fun player. It'll take him a little while to become a full-service wide receiver, but you can figure out things to do with him while he's learning.
Yeah, absolutely. And he can help you in the return game immediately.
Yeah. So we're almost done with the first round. Let me check. Okay, so pick 13. Okay, so it looks like a few of the players they were kind of hoping would be there are not exactly there. But
Oh, look, you already have the Ravens trade in there, so the Chiefs don't have the pick. I like it. That's a quick update.
Yeah, which once again could actually happen. Let me see something here. Oh, okay. Got it. So it looks like we will have 2 running backs going in the first round.
Oh, wow.
Travis Etienne, who is, the home run hitter, obviously. And as with Harris, he also gives you a really good receiving option because he has really good hands and he can run. He's not quite Marshall Faulk, but he's a good route runner. I mean, no one is Marshall Faulk really, but he's a good route runner. Austin Eckler's like a poor man's version.
Yeah, he's actually my RB1.
Don't spitting off network.
Coming after haters guy and Eckler. But, yeah, man, ETN, even though his speed isn't, like, insane from a 40 perspective, his, like, first couple steps, his burst is, like, insane. So that's the thing that stands out to me is just holes that don't look like he can fit through. He can because of his burst is so quick and he's powerful for his size. So he's just, I don't know. He gives me a lot of Kamara vibes to him. And obviously, like being in the NFC South, a fan of the Bucks, I've watched Kamara kill Tampa time and time again. So Etienne is a dude that fits so nice there.
Yep. And the player I see when I watch him, unfortunately, lost his career out of all places. The beach touch football game at the Pro Bowl. He reminds me a lot of Robert Edwards.
Yeah, I remember watching that live.
Yep,
man,
it was. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, exactly. That's really. I mean, that's all I could think. Really, like this is how your career basically ends. He bounced around for a couple of years, and then he played in Canada for a little while, but he was never the same guy again.
Yeah,
that's not how you want to end it. Have it end.
Certainly is not.
Was Ojulari? Did he go to Browns?
Let me double check. I believe
no. He went to
Ravens.
Ravens.
He went to the Browns.
Rousseau.
Oh, that's right.
And wait a second. This should be the Chiefs, though. Okay.
Well, no, it actually should be the Ravens because of the trade. Orlando Brown.
That's right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why. Okay. Good job. Yes, there we go. So the Ravens are back on the clock. Yes, good job, whoever that was. Okay. So, And now that comes that moment in the draft when you run out players with first round grades, but you still need to pick some.
Hey, who was the last pick? Sorry, I'm trying to update this board.
Oh, it's all good. Travis Etienne to the Bills.
All right, sweet.
Yes, thank you.
Trying to do this and watch the Falcon Winter Soldier 2.
Trust me, I understand. I'm terrible at multitasking, but unfortunately, I'm forced to do it. Okay, the pick is in, and we have our first safety off the board, Trevon Moehrig from Texas Christian University.
That makes sense.
The University of Gary Patterson.
That makes a ton of sense.
One of my favorite things about the national championship game is the coach cast and listening to Gary Patterson just say stuff about football.
The coach cats are fantastic.
Oh,
They're
yes.
so good. Yeah.
Especially when they get the right bunch of coaches. there have been years where it doesn't quite click. No offense to Major Applewhite, but some people don't really. I mean, not everybody's cut out to be on television. First of all, like it's harder than it looks. But some guys are. I mean, Gary Patterson, David Shaw. If he ever decides to quit being an amazing football coach, is going to be a terrific, analyst.
He's great on draft coverage.
He's great on everything. He's. First of all, when people talk about, going after a college coach, and no offense to any college coach that people have on their list, the one that's at the top of my list is David Shaw. Partially because he's spent a fair amount of time in the NFL. His father was an NFL lifer, Willie Shaw. I just think he would kill it. But let me stop rambling. And Buccaneers are on the top.
Yeah, I'm pumped. This is ideal scenario. I'm trying to get my partner here to give me an answer, so I'll give him 30 seconds, and if not, I'll just say right now I'm picking one of the two top edges that are still there.
Yep.
And this is the perfect scenario. Shaq Barrett is, on the franchise tag. JPP has 1 year left. So it's kind of, which style of dude do you want? Do you want the freak that maybe hasn't put up the numbers, or do you want the other freak that had a little bit better numbers and has the freaky three-cone time? So I'm actually, because I have yet to pick this dude in a mock because he's always gone, I'm actually going to go this way. I'm going to take Kwity Paye for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Okay.
What a pick.
Yeah, this is just ideal scenario for Tampa. They sit there and get a guy that a lot of people have as a top 20 guy at the end of the first. I mean, it's beautiful.
It has certainly, and it's a good fit. And he doesn't have to be the guy right away. I mean, it's right. So it works in a lot of ways. And my only criticism, it's kind of a big one, but he doesn't know how to close the deal.
Right.
And some guys, they know that they understand how to beat their guy, right? And they can beat their guy all day long. And then there's that moment of, well, now what do I do? And so if your coaching staff could say, hey, now that you've beat this guy, here's the shortest, quickest, most efficient way. Hey, we're called Chuck Smith. We're sending you over. You're going to spend a couple of weeks probably living with him. And then when he sends you back, you might be a little more ready because now that you've gotten, sort of like there's a book called, what is it? What to Expect When You're Expecting. What to Expect When You've Beaten Your Blocker, right? Might be the book they might want to put in his hands. Okay, so first round. Well done, gentlemen. We're going to talk for like 2 minutes, and then we're going to knock out the second round. And then I will let you guys get some sleep or whatever it is you do.
Stop.
Or prep for tomorrow or start bandying about deals till you'll be ready to rock
more mocking
to the morning, whichever. Not morning, but, afternoon. Which one's where you live? I guess if you live like Pacific time or whatever it might be. Yeah, I guess that's like 10 o'clock Pacific, right? Okay. But yeah, I don't think is anybody Pacific? I don't know where you guys actually live. Oh, we do have a Pacific guy. Okay. For everyone else, oh, really? Okay.
I'm down.
Yeah, so Florida boy here.
Excellent. Yeah, no, you're Florida. Texas? No, where are you, Hales?
I'm in Arkansas.
Oh, okay. I knew it was like the Great Southwest. I didn't know exactly.
Oh yeah.
So that's the natural state.
Natural state, baby.
Yes.
Hot Springs.
That's right. You know what? I did know that. I did because I forgot because I told you that I'm my great grandparents on my mother's side own land in Fort Smith, and then I guess eventually, if enough people die, it'll be mine.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Well, all I have to wait is for a few more relatives to pass on. So yeah, it's bittersweet. But yeah. Okay, let's move on. Unless somebody has something they want to get off their chest, or we launch into round two.
No, I think first round was pretty wild. We had some stuff we didn't expect.
Yep.
So I'm looking forward to see what happens in round 2.
Yes, because there might be more wildness. We shall see. Okay. Jaguars back on the clock.
Charlie. What are you doing? Charlie.
Okay. The run on very athletic but not quite productive pass rushers continues as Jason Owe leaves the board. Highest rated player available according to their board.
Wow, that's so they get Barmore. Even though I like I would rather them give everything to Lawrence that they can.
I was gonna say, I
Barmore,
would have probably gone offensive line.
yeah, but I will say this: Barmore, Allen, and Owe is pretty nasty.
It is.
I think if I'm understanding what if I'm reading, I'm not trying to read minds, but if I were, I guess my assumption and guess and thought process would be we're going to be tremendous on this side of the ball right away now, and then we're going to build the other side of the ball. That's what I'm guessing or thinking. And once again, there's still more rounds after the first 2 rounds, and it's a stupid deep wide receiver.
Yeah, it is. That is true. That's true, and it's deep offensive line class too. So
Yep. While there's a pretty significant drop off with both defensive tackle and pass rusher once you get past this point in the draft. Bless you.
They.
Oh man, I'm working a trade currently with Montel, but I was just waiting for him to respond for this pick. But he hasn't responded yet. But
We'll give you
close.
You guys have got 3 minutes.
Okay, all right.
Well, I will talk about OA and Pay.
Okay.
And they're similar cats, but not the same. The things they have in common, once again, is they're ludicrously freakish athletes. And one of them is also really stout against the run. And the other one sometimes almost accidents his way into a really good play against the run as well. The only thing I'm not wild about with Jason Owe is there's times when I think he literally is just guessing.
Yeah.
And if you're good at guessing, that isn't always a bad thing. Like Troy Polamalu did a lot of guessing, but he was pretty damn good at it. I worry about Jason Owe's guessing because he doesn't seem to be as good at it. Will he get better? Maybe. So if he becomes or just develops a higher football IQ, maybe. And once again, I don't know exactly what he was coached to do. I have to try to be fair. They may have told him, "Hey, just throw your body in there and let somebody else figure it out, or whatever. Just get in there. Just get on in there, and something will happen, right?" Because there's time. He left a lot of meat on the bone as a thrower.
You got that?
Yeah. All right, so Montel doesn't get back to me, so I am going to just make the pick here. I love this setup. We got Fields.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna add. See if I. Oh, let me try to see if we can just add Montel and see if that fixes it.
Okay. Actually, he's responding right now.
Oh, okay. Excellent.
So we've started off with Fields. We followed up with Najee Harris, and I believe he is about to be on the clock.
Okay. Well, I guess we're about to find out. I'm adding Montel back to the stream. Okay. He just needs to unmute himself.
All right, I'm in.
Here we go.
All right, Montel, is the deal done?
I messaged you like one more thing.
Okay, yeah, and I said that works.
Let me see here.
So I'll let you do the honors of telling Bill what the trade is.
Okay. I'm all on pins and needles, so I'm excited and interested to see what's about to happen.
Yeah, the theme is helping Fields out is the theme. So go for it, Montel. Give him the trade.
All right. Bears just traded Allen Robinson to looks like the Jaguars, right?
Jets.
Oh, sorry about that. The Jets, guys, for picks 34, 107, and a 5th round swap.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Give me a moment.
It's a lot to process. But Montel's got to think about his pick anyway. So
right. So good.
Yeah, I'll tell you why I made that pick. Obviously, putting Allen Robinson with Justin Fields and Najee Harris is a no-brainer. Allen Robinson's not happy. Chicago picks up more picks, so I think it's a win-win for both of us. And Fields gets a premier receiver right out of the jump.
Okay. Okay, so this is now a pick the Bears are making.
Yep. The Bears have pick 34 now.
Got it.
Ready for your pick, Montel?
If you guys maybe give me about 30 more seconds.
All right. So I'm going to talk about the rather long, strange journey in the rather short career, but a lot has happened in the career of what. When I look at Allen Robinson's career, right, he looked like he was going to be. I thought he was going to be the answer, or at least somewhat the answer for who's going to be the next really good receiver for the Jacksonville Jaguars since maybe Jimmy Smith.
Yep.
And things happened. So now he finds his way to Chicago, and apparently at some point became frustrated. And I don't blame him necessarily. He was in one of the more, well, the term I use is restricted plate quarterback. I mean, any NASCAR people here? Anybody's in NASCAR?
Nope. Actually, Sean, I think, is a
I was going to say,
big NASCAR fan.
All these Southerners and nobody's in the NASCAR. What the heck? But in NASCAR, they ran into a situation where, especially on certain tracks, cars were essentially going too fast. And Sharon back, and so they could either change the way the tracks are constructed to slow cars down. They could either take away certain ground effects or things like that, or they decided instead at one point was to put a restrictor plate in the intake manifold. And what it does is it at some point sort of chokes your engines just a little bit, right? Not so much that you're creeping, you're still going reasonably fast, but you brought the speed down a little bit, right? And that's sort of what certain quarterbacks do, right? A restricted plate quarterback doesn't keep you from being able to move.
Yeah.
It's not like your offense just lays there, but at some point your offense is going, and then it slows way down. That's what a restricted plate quarterback is. And so that's what Allen Robinson had been dealing with. And now he'll be in a different situation. Now, we don't know exactly what will happen, but it could be, if the two of them click, he could have finally found, his forever quarterback.
Well, it's weird. Yeah, this would be the best quarterback he's had because he went from Blake Bortles to Mitch Trubisky with a little bit of Mike Glennon mixed in and some Nick Foles.
I'm sure he's trying to forget.
Yeah, and whether it be Fields or Wilson, this absolutely would be his best quarterback that he's had, which is wild to think about a rookie quarterback being the best quarterback he's ever had.
It speaks volumes, I think is the term.
Yeah.
I'm going to check back with Montel.
Yep, I'm here. No.
Okay.
I'm here.
Yep, we can hear you.
Yep. We can hear you.
Cool. Perfect. With this pick, we're going to take Terrace Marshall, receiver, LSU.
Oh,
I like that. I like that.
All right. And once again, a guy who actually is very similar to the guy who just moved on from. So just briefly,
he's cheaper, Bill. He's cheaper.
Right, that would be the big difference. Right? Okay, I was going to say, could you explain the rationale? I think you kind of did. Well done, sir.
4 years and you pick up some draft capital. That's a good setup for Chicago, I think.
It's a good start. They need so much; it's overwhelming. With that said, the Bears still trading away assets, so let me know.
Okay, let's see. That brings us back to San Francisco. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. So we had a little interruption to the run on pass rushers, but it is commenced once again. Joseph Asai, Texas. That's a guy I wondered why people weren't high. I mean, they're still fairly high on him, but and no offense to Kwity Paye or Jason Owe, but when I look at their tape and then I watched Joseph Osai's tape, it's like, so explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old. Why are we higher on these two than this one? I'm still to this day not entirely sure why the consensus is that those two should be above Joseph Asai.
I think it's just got to be traits, right? Like Asai, he's relentless and all that, but he doesn't quite have those sexy traits that Owe and Kwity Paye have. So the thought process, I think, with NFL coaches a lot of times is they're very cocky about this. Oh, if we can take this clay, we can mold them into what we want. It's just this is better clay than the clay that's probably a better player at the moment. But like this guy has so much more upside, and I think Paye and Owe, if you hit it out of the park, they are much higher of a ceiling than a Joseph Asai, but at the same time, they absolutely could bust out.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how this plays out with some of these not fully developed pass rushers versus some of the more developed pass rushers. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. There wasn't any. The Falcons weren't involved in any trades, right? They're still okay. Just making sure.
Yep, Falcons are on the
I'm at the point in the evening where I'm now second guessing everything. Okay, good. That's when it happens. Around this point, it's like, okay, did this? Okay, there's a lot of things that happened. Okay, good. Just making sure. Many things. Boy, they really wanted Elijah Vera Tucker. No, sorry, he's long gone. Let's see. Okay, it looks like the run on pass rushers is really underway. And this will be, is Montel still with us? This will make him happy, I believe. Yeah, Montel is still sort of with us. Yes.
I know what this is.
I think you do. So I'm going to ask you to give us the breakdown on this young man, but Carlos, a.k.a. Boogie Basham, from the Harvard of the Mid-South, Wake Forest University. So for those who are not thoroughly aware of him, and I talked about Tamba Ali, but he's a little more flexible and dynamic than Tamba Ali, but I think he has some things in common with him. But break him down. You know him better than probably any other human being I'm ever likely to meet.
So Boog is, he can be on any day between 250 and 280. It's what you want him to be. His body is a little bit longer than Shaq Lawson, if you remember him. He's kind of like that kind of body type, but he's smooth. He's strong. I think I told Mort the other day, I think he's just one of those guys where A, if the game's online, or B, if it's a passing situation, third and long, that kind of thing. He just has the gear no one else has. You know what I'm saying? Like he wants to collect sacks. But yeah, he's a really good player. Plays hard. That's a really good pick in the second round.
Oh yeah. Oh, I agree. Every once in a while, it all comes together. Value in terms of position, value in terms of the player and how they play. And for those who haven't been checking recently, the Atlanta pass rush isn't terrifying. The last I checked. So, so this is definitely. It also is not just value; it also definitely addresses a need. And that brings us to the bingo.
Yep, Cincinnati up next.
Okay.
They knocked it out of the park in the first round, getting Sewell.
Yes. Can they continue their hot streak? Let's find out.
Kind of hoping they do something to help Burrow some more, but we'll see.
Well, they were sort of hoping Kadarius Toney would somehow make it there.
That makes sense.
But yes, as we all can see, that is not something that actually happened. Okay. Let's see. So, all right. A little tiny bit earlier than I would have anticipated, but once again, I don't hate the pick. Wide receiver Rondale Moore, Purdue.
Okay.
That is a dynamic human being. That is a dynamic human being. And this is my quote, and I've been rocking with it, so I'll keep rocking with it. I said this when I first saw him, like his first or second game at Purdue, and I said, "This is the mutant love child of Eric Metcalf and Darren Sproles."
Ooh, yeah, I like that.
He is, and here's the crazy thing: in terms of squat and a couple of the lifts, he's the strongest player, not in his position group, not on offense, on the team. Think about this. He's a guy, they stopped him at 565 on squat. No one knows what he can do. They said stop at 565. So that'll give you an idea of what kind of strength he has at that size.
Right.
He is a tremendous athlete. And once again, like you said before, if you can't figure out what to do with him, that's on you.
Yeah, the thing I like about that is Gio, who in my opinion they should have never got rid of. I'm very happy as a Tampa fan. But like Gio could do a lot of those things out of the backfield, and obviously Mixon can too. But with Rondale Moore, you got a guy that can do those things out of the backfield, but is also dynamic in the return game and can be a dynamic weapon, especially paired with Higgins and with Tyler Boyd. That's pretty scary trio right there. And then you add Mixon and Burrow. That's doing something. They gave Burrow some help, like I was hoping they would.
And we talked also about getting the ball out of your hands quickly. That was one of the criticisms of Rondale Moore. You don't see him doing a lot down the field. Well, okay, so I throw him the ball 2 yards down the field, and then he makes the other 40 yards happen.
Yeah.
It still counts. Like there's no pictures when you look in the stat book of how they got that big game, that big play. That big explosive play doesn't say, the ball only went 3-4 yards. It just says 40-yard pass play. It doesn't say how you did it. So yeah, he's the kind of guy that you don't need. You don't need to be a genius to scheme up stuff. You just need to get him the ball quickly, and then just let stuff happen. Okay, so that brings us to pick number.
I think Guerin.
Yep.
With Miami.
Yep.
All right. So we gotta protect Tua's blind side, right? So let's get Samuel Cosme out of Texas.
Nice.
I'm big fans of both Jenkins and Cosme, bigger I think than most people. And the things that people criticize about both of them, I actually agree with. Like when people say, "Oh, they blah blah," I agree. Like, okay, technique, yeah, that's not. You wouldn't teach someone to play tackle the way either Temin Jenkins or Cosme does it. But I keep thinking when they get a little better technically, oh boy, because there's a lot there, right? There's a lot there for them to work with. Okay, the Lions are on the no, they aren't. Bill, the Eagles are on the clock. Sorry,
That's Albee, I believe.
it is. So let me check on it.
Yeah, so I'll say this. I love the theme of the draft so far of what's happening. I believe everybody that's got young quarterbacks that are like stud quarterbacks or look like they're going to become, good quarterbacks in the league. Every team is helping those players out that has those young quarterbacks, and I fully believe that that's what teams should do. My comment was basically forget the defense. You can worry about that later. The first thing you need to do is set your quarterback up for success. And Cincinnati, Miami, the Jets, all of those teams have done that so far.
Yep.
And heck, even Sean with the Giants giving Daniel Jones a weapon.
That's right.
Jones don't need no weapons.
Uh-huh.
Let him run and trip to the end zone.
Oh yes, you mean the porcelain Lamar Jackson? Or not porcelain, alabaster. Sorry, alabaster Lamar Jackson. That's what I meant.
I'm still floored that he had the top speed, miles per hour. Like that still just baffles my mind that he ran at the speed that he ran, and it was up there with Tyreek Hill and all of these. I don't my mind can't comprehend that.
Well, here's the thing that people have to remember about people use lots of sort of meaningless terms like football speed. Well, speed is speed, people. If you are moving your legs really fast, you're going to go fast, right? I mean, it's just do you have fast twitch muscle fibers? Then you're fast. There's not a different kind of fast, right? Now, there are guys technique-wise who learn things in track and field that allow them to, especially when they get a long straight, like that was a long, Eric Stokes is the pick. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Nice.
Speaking of fast people and track, there's a track standout. Yeah, he can run. I think that would be fair to say. He's one of the fastest guys in this whole draft class.
Now the Eagles are not helping out their young quarterback. They're building up the defense with Micah Parsons and Eric Stokes. So maybe they don't want Jalen to succeed after all. I don't know.
Nah, man, they're just too scared of Dallas and Washington and maybe even New York, I guess.
Well, somebody was saying no slander. There'll be no Travis Fulgham slander here, sir. He's on his way to being a dominant. Actually, I'm only half kidding. He's really a number 2, and I guess at some point they should get a number 1. But he's a much better receiver than people realize.
Yeah.
When you actually watch Travis Fulgham play, you're like, this guy's good, right? Now, you wouldn't want it's sort of like with Tyler Boyd. You don't want that guy to be your best receiver. No. I get that part, but he's better than people realize. People kind of, because of him being from Old Dominion, and because he was low on everyone's board, people are like, watch him actually play football, and you're like, oh, Travis Fulgham. Now, once again, I get it. You don't want that to be the guy.
Yeah.
If that's the guy, you've done it wrong. I completely agree with that. I'm just, and it was sort of an accident, right? I mean, they didn't plan for him to be the guy. They had all these other guys they drafted way earlier who were supposed to be the guy, and he just ended up being better than them, which is not what you want. I get that when you've drafted some first-round wide receivers in the past, and then the guys, they're being outplayed by a dude that most people can't even pronounce his name correctly. So I get that. I get that that's not how they want the plan to work. But let's just say that Jalen Reagor takes the step forward this year. He's not killing it, but he's better. And let's just say they get solid possession receiver jump ball stuff out of JJ Arcega-Whiteside. Not amazing, not great, but let's say jump ball possession receiver stuff, not setting the world on fire, but 612 yards, 7 touchdowns, like not embarrassing, but solid. If they can get that out of, which I'm not saying it's automatic that will happen, but let's say they do. And let's say that Reagor flirts with 1,000 yards, and then, now Fulgham gives you what he gave you last year, but he's not the bell cow wide receiver. It's still not the best group in football, right? I mean, you're not like you said, people aren't gonna be like, ooh, can I watch more of that? But and at some point, once again, I know I've said this, there's going to be wide receivers taken in the 5th round in this draft who are going to go to the Pro Bowl at some point in their careers, right? So I get what you're saying, but there's still opportunities. Let me get back to
all good. Panthers are up next. I will say this: if Detroit's saying "come and see me" at wide receiver, you got a problem.
I know. I get it. I get it.
All right, so the Panthers in round 1. Oh yeah, they took Trey Lance. So they took their actual quarterback of the future, while Darnold and Teddy Bridgewater are both chilling there. So I'll be curious to see what they do.
Well, iron sharpens iron, right? As man sharpens man. They'll have one heck of a quarterback battle in training camp.
Sure.
And of course, ideally, they will make a deal and get back something. I wouldn't be shocked if on draft day, one of those guys, most likely Teddy, is dealt to someone.
Yeah.
Okay, offensive tackle. Oh, a little sooner than anticipated. But offensive tackle, Dylan Radunz.
That makes sense. They definitely need tackle help, so that's a good pick.
Yes, indeed. Yes, it is. And once again, if you've been watching a lot of Trey Lance tape and you've noticed that he doesn't get knocked around too much in the pocket, though he likes to run into people sometimes, a little more than ideally for a quarterback, but in the pocket, he generally is kept pretty clean, and a lot of that is because of the aforementioned Mr. Dylan Radunz.
Yeah, and he's got a couple years that he can sit. Obviously, if you got Darnold and Teddy sitting there, so it's a good setup for him in the sense that he can sit back and actually work with Joe Brady, and it's a really good setup for him for sure. I don't like it as a Bucs fan because I actually like him a lot, but I actually like it for him, the player, a lot, because there is zero pressure for him to play anytime soon.
Right. And now I've
Denver on the clock next.
Right. And originally that was Chase, and then something came up. So let me see what's going on with Denver.
So they went Patrick Surtain, round 1.
Okay. What am I looking for here? Oh, here we go.
Since it's Chase, I'm shocked that he didn't go Azeez Ojulari at pick 9, as he's been doing in multiple mocks over and over.
Right. Well, hold on.
He's also gone Jalen Phillips at number 9 before too.
Oh, okay.
Did we lose
that
Hader?
pass for sure to replace Von Miller.
Can somebody get Hader back? Chris, aka Chris.
Yeah, let me
Yeah.
send a message.
Let him know he's on the clock.
Who's up?
Hater. It was originally Chase, but Chase had some sort of Chase type emergency, which probably means something involving hookers. I'm guessing.
Yeah, something with a lady friend.
Yeah. Yep.
No doubt.
Okay.
There's also midget boxing on right now too. So
Oh well, I can't compete with that. That's so unfair.
No one can.
Right? Exactly. I got no shot. Man. 2021. You have not disappointed me yet. Wow. All right.
I've advised him. I have not heard back yet.
Hater said he's looking right now.
Okay.
Okay, good. Let him know he's got approximately 2 more minutes.
Yeah.
All right. So
As he'll be getting a board pick.
they have their secondary very well set up, and
yes.
I'll say this: I'm in another mock right now with Denver, and one of the picks I took was a different cornerback, and I know a couple people will question it, but I look at the division that they're in, and you're in this division with Kansas City and the Chargers, who are obviously going to toss it around the field all over the place.
Yep.
So having 3 to 4 corners, if you're Denver, I think is probably something you should have. So Patrick Surtain helps that out. So now very curious to see what they do with round 2 pick.
I'm just hoping he doesn't snipe me right here.
What's that?
I'm really hoping Hater doesn't snipe me right here because he knows who my guy is.
Yeah. There's a good chance then you're getting sniped.
That's the downside of having a group of guys that you draft with multiple times is they start to learn your patterns.
Right.
Yes.
All right, he sent me his pick. Javonte Williams, running back, UNC.
Okay.
Wow.
Nice.
I did not see that one coming, but I like it.
I like it.
They would like to run the football.
Yeah.
And that's another way to help a young quarterback is to say, hand the ball off.
Yep.
Yeah. and Javonte can obviously do some things out of the backfield too. So, Melvin Gordon and him is definitely a nice duo.
They got Pat Shurmur, who had Dalvin Cook and Saquon in New York.
Yeah, that makes sense then.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, when you have the one quarterback they started last year plays any games at all. I know that was a freak situation because of COVID, but still, just get as many backs as you can to run like crazy because unfortunately they got plenty of receivers actually. So yeah. Oh, Cowboys on the clock, so back up.
So my pick right here, one of my favorite dudes. I've been trying to draft this dude. I hope this dude goes to Dallas. I've been drafting him to Dallas for the past 3 years on simulators and these mock drafts and whatnot. Richie Grant, safety.
That's nice. That's nice right there.
Oh, good.
Nope.
Yeah, they definitely need help in that secondary, and that will help them.
Yes.
So they just signed Keanu Neal. They signed DeMonte Kazi, and they signed someone else. I can't remember. But they've signed like 3 or 4 safeties in the past couple of weeks. And Richie Grant he's my number 1 safety in this draft.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm giving you a distance hug. But yes, Yes, I could not agree more. I am an enormous Richie Grant fan. He just makes plays. So many plays. Plays on plays on plays on plays. Yeah, I'm with you on him. And that brings us to the Lions. Lions are the 5.
Is that Hales? I think that's Hales.
That is. Oh, someone let Hales know that. I know Hales had to go out to his truck. Let him know to come back from the truck. Or do it from the truck. I don't care.
Yeah, who cares?
We don't discriminate against truck people. Hales definitely seems like a truck person.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a truck guy. SUV guy over here.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's fun too. Yeah, I'm a buy a classic old. In fact, the last old car I bought was a '65 Bel Air with the intention of fully restoring it. Look, word to the wise, that's a long, expensive process.
Yeah, that sounds like it.
Because I was going to try to get it back to like full stock, like like it looked like it rolled off the just off the assembly line. Nope. That's why rich dudes do that. Now I understand it. It's like, this doesn't look that expensive. Oh no, it is. Oh, I didn't realize it first. What was I thinking? Getting the car is the easy part.
If you like classics, I got a '57 Chrysler in my garage right now.
Well, now I have to come visit.
All right, so I sent him the round 2 board. He said his phone died, so
got it.
I think he should be making the pick very soon.
He's coming back. I'm bringing him back.
All right, perfect.
Who did Cowboys just take?
Richie Grant.
Richie Grant.
Oh, that's right.
So you've still got hundreds of players from which you can choose.
And you now have a better receiver roster than Philadelphia, so you're doing well.
It's true.
Receiver roster than Philadelphia.
I'm going to get Golf some help. And I'm going to go with Liam Eichenberg from Notre Dame.
Nice.
Value.
Oof.
That is value.
It feels like he's going to go first round. So definitely value, but it feels like his name is just skyrocketing up the board just because people feel very comfortable with what he's going to ultimately give you.
Right. And I mean, obviously, I keep thinking that one of the teams right at the end of the first probably pulls the trigger on him. I mean, good God, if Tampa Bay gets mixed up, sure, why not? Why not? I mean, because they can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
That's the cool thing about being a team that, one, is only built to stay together for a couple of years anyway.
Yep.
Your coach is 68, 67, something like that. He's deep in his 60s.
Yeah.
Your quarterback is a little bit younger than him.
Not much younger.
Not much. So all those things like, oh, what happened with the cap, blah, blah, blah. Who cares?
Doesn't matter.
I might be dead. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think he was half joking when he said it, but he's half joking. But you don't care, right? We're gonna try to win at least one more Super Bowl, maybe 2, and then the whole thing.
Who cares? Exactly.
Right. So,
Ask the Raptors if they care that their team's not very good when they got Kawhi and won a championship.
Right.
As long as you win a championship, nothing matters for the next 5 to 10 years after.
Right. Right. And that's pick.
Wait, what happened? I think maybe you weren't on the clock and I messed up.
That's what I'm trying to figure out too. Hold on. Okay. Then
Something's definitely off because
That's what I'm
Lions
trying
didn't take Eric Stokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that was the Eagles. Okay, what just happened?
Eagles, yeah.
Oh, you're looking at the wrong column. Yeah, so that part's right because there's the Eagles, right? So it's over here. You have to look to the right, and so 37 is the Eagles, 38 is the Bengals. Wait, is that right?
Looks
No.
like stuff just got shifted somehow.
Yeah, something else. I'm trying to figure out what happened there.
Yeah. So the picks right here have to go up. It looks
Oh, that's what happened. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that's what happened.
I'm in view only, so I'm not touching anything.
Oh, okay.
I'm just showing you.
Nope, you're right. Hold on. Ugh. Let me see if I can fix that. Come on, you. Come on.
So hopefully it was the Lions pick, and he doesn't get sniped by somebody else that. No, that's right, because the Lions are after the Broncos, and the Broncos took Javonte Williams.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, then now the Giants are on the clock.
Yep.
Yeah, so maybe the Cowboys shouldn't have picked there.
Yeah, the Cowboys weren't supposed to pick until 44.
Yep.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Hopefully you still get your player, Gary. Unless Sean no, he wouldn't. He's got you got safeties. You're good.
Yeah, I'm good. The New York Giants select Jamin Davis, linebacker, Kentucky.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, I love that.
Hey, hold on.
I like that a lot.
There's not a huge amount of difference between he and Michael Parsons.
No, not at all. I think it's much better value for Davis in the second.
Oh, I could not agree more.
Patrick Graham runs that
Millie, stop.
type scheme.
Yeah,
Put
Davis is
Davis
a
in like
freak.
that Kyle Van Noy role, and that'll be like great.
Yep. Oh yeah. Okay, I figured it out. Yep. Okay, that's what happened. That was just a okay. Come on, you. Please, just do what I'm asking you to do.
Yeah, I see it. So
Yep, I just got to shift.
everything shifts up, and then the 49ers.
Yep.
49ers actually pick.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm working on that now.
Sweet. So I'm pretty sure Richie Grant still stays to the Cowboys then.
Most likely. I'm just trying to. Why won't it just? Okay. I just would like for this to do what I want it to do. And I need to make that change over here. So this should be the Bears here. That's what that should be.
There's still several guys I thought were going to go first round that are still out there, just chilling.
Yeah, I see a few with first round grades still too.
Goodness. This draft is going to get super interesting next week.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Especially like between 20 and 40. It feels like it's going to get wild.
Okay. I guess I'm just. Well, that didn't quite do it, did it? Okay, hold on.
Well, are we doing that Zoom thing for the draft too, or?
I think that's
Or is that
Jeff's thing, right?
Yeah, Jules. Yeah.
Yeah.
If Dallas somehow gets Penei Sewell, I'm freaking the fuck.
Oh my goodness, that would be
It'll like
crazy.
last year with Lamb. It'll be just like last year with CD Lamb.
Oh yeah.
I swear, if Cincinnati passes on him, like, what are you doing? Like,
Yeah, well, I mean, I know some of the stuff we're hearing is just, well, first of all, just some of it's just, lies, and then some of it is stuff just to make it interesting, right? Somebody kind of sort of hears something, but someone's just sort of spitballing. They're not saying anything really. They're saying, yeah, I mean, we would consider blah blah blah, and someone takes it and runs with it, and then gets passed around, and blah 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 blah, boom, and before you know it. Why can't I just get this to do what I want it to do? At some point, I'm going to figure this out. I really, 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 really am. And I don't want to have to do this manually. I shouldn't, I don't think, but maybe. Okay, well, I will, for the moment, not worry too much about that and fix it later, I guess. So we have Broncos pick.
yep. And then Lions took Liam.
Yep.
Giants took. Who'd you take, Sean? Oh, Sean's gone.
The Lions took Eichenberg.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who did Sean take? Oh, Sean took Jamin Davis.
Yep. Yeah, to the line Giants. Got it.
Yep. And then we're up with the 49ers.
Okay. And I will get that pick to you now.
Nice. We're back.
The Bengals at 38 took
Sam Cosmi.
Sam Cosmi?
That was Miami. My bad.
Okay, wait. Who got Cosmi?
Miami.
There are no wizards.
Okay, so Miami got Cosmi.
Miami got Cosmi. Okay.
Yeah, the Bengals got.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Rondale Moore.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, in front of you with the stare. No, you're not.
Okay, got it. And I'll fix whatever. There's something I gotta fix, and I'll fix it.
Yeah, after the Cowboys, we'll have to adjust all the teams.
Right.
But it's all good. We'll get that done.
We'll get that done. Okay, 49ers pick. Let me get that for you there. Here's in.
All right, we're back. Niners.
Yes. Oh, Elijah Moore. Boy, he fits their type. He's their type. He is definitely a 49er type receiver. He's a run after the catch guy. Okay.
You know what? Actually, I think at some point we took Boogie Basham for the 49ers. So Boogie Basham probably needs to go down to this pick right here.
Oh, is that what happened? Okay.
I think that's what, because I'm looking at Oweh went to the Jags.
Oh, okay.
Marshall went to the Bears.
Right.
Osai went to Falcons. Yep. And then Basham went to the Niners because we were probably looking Actually, Osai went to the Niners, didn't he?
Yeah, I was about to say, I think Basham went to Atlanta.
Yeah. So Osai needs to drop down to there, whatever. We'll adjust it. And so they're skipping the wide receiver, and they just get Osai, I guess. And then that fixes us, and we're back to normal, I think.
So Dallas gets Richie Grant.
Yeah, Dallas still gets Richie Grant. Yeah.
Sometimes it just all works out.
So yeah, that's what happened. That makes sense. Is Rondale, Cincinnati, Ravens, Panthers, Javonte, Broncos, Eichenberg, Lions, Jamin Davis, Giants, and then 49ers would be Joseph Asai.
Right.
So Elijah Moore comes off the board, which is pretty wild. He's still out there.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Is that the Patriots pick?
It is. Who's Haters the Patriots.
Hater, yep.
All right. You want to hit him up, Garen?
Yeah, I'll hit him. He's looking right now.
Somebody's asking about Christian Barmore in round one. Yeah. Every once in a while, we'll get a question from the viewing audience. So I'm probably not the right person to be defending that pick because I am not the biggest Christian Barmore fan. However, when you add the pedigree, the athletic ability to the versatility, it's very likely somebody takes him earlier than I would. But guys like him, and I've heard people throw out Chris Jones. Pump the brakes on that. Pump the brakes on that. No. But can he be a good move around? What they say, playing the piano, right? Move around your defensive line kind of player, who in one of his better years might get you 5.5, 6 sacks. Yes, that's what he is. A guy you can be moved around. Can play anywhere from even like maybe nose shade in certain special situations, all the way out to 5'10", and be good everywhere in between, at 3, at the 4-eye, all that. I've had some questions about why he doesn't always seem to be the same player, and I don't know if it's. I mean, he doesn't seem to be out of condition. I mean, some guys you see they just gas out. And it's not like he played a gazillion snaps. They did a pretty good job at Alabama of rotating guys through. So I don't know if he just got sometimes disinterested or if he's just, once again, one of those guys who just can only essentially pick on players that don't match up well. We'll find out. That's what the NFL's for. Right? That's how you find out if a guy really, really has it. Anyone heard anything back from Chris?
Yep, I have. So I have his pick actually. I don't know if you have it too, Gary.
I do. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So he is going out to the West Coast, getting another wide receiver for New England and taking Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Now hold on. This is
That's
pick
a
40.
Patriots pick
Is this
right
pick
there.
45 or pick 40? I just need to check. Is this pick 45 or pick 46?
Could be 45.
If it's pick
Jaguars
45,
should
that
have
should be
been
the
up.
Jaguars.
Okay, so the Jaguars should have been up. Okay.
Yep. But we'll see. He might still get on St. Brown, just like what we just saw happen. Let's see what the Jags have going on.
Well, there's another wide receiver that's higher if the Jags actually want a wide receiver. So, but I'm hoping they take a certain position that, boy, do they need help at.
Well, there's a lot of positions that qualify.
Yes,
but
that's very true. Very true.
But the pick is in, and it's Pat Fryermuth.
There it is. That's what you got to do if you're Jacksonville.
Admittedly, they have struggled at that position of late. I think would be fair to say.
Yeah, when your best tight end that you've had in a long time is Mercedes Lewis, that's not good.
Mercedes Lewis, God bless him. First of all, hats off to Mercedes Lewis. He's one of the last guys left from his draft class. He's been in the league for a hot minute.
He has.
And
he's Carson Minshew, yeah.
Right. He's one of those guys that got better at certain things. Now, he's never, going to be a guy that's like stretching the seam, but he went from being a serviceable blocker to one of the better blocking tight ends in the league. So way to go. Way to work on your stuff. So that brings us okay. Now we are the Patriots on the clock. And they wanted who again?
St. Brown.
Oh, okay. Well, he's still available.
So, wow, they've really overhauled their whole – they get 2 tight ends in free agency. They go and get a couple wide receivers, and then they draft another one. So, looks like the wide receiver they just drafted a couple years ago is on the outs now.
Well, I think N'Keal Harry gets one more year.
Yeah.
But the leash is very short. So if he's not looking good, he goes down the depth chart and somebody else goes up.
Goodness.
We're pretty sure they agree.
Man, they just like I said, they've struggled drafting skill positions clearly.
Yeah. Yeah, running backs drafting hasn't been too bad, but yes.
Well, I mean, even Sony Michel, who I loved, like that didn't really work out for them so far. It worked out for a tiny bit, and then it didn't.
I would argue it's usage. Some running backs don't thrive when they're getting a couple carries in the first quarter, 4 carries in the second quarter, 2 more carries in the third quarter, and in the fourth quarter, they get like a couple of pass receptions and 1 carry.
Yeah.
Some guys need to fall into a rhythm, to feel like they're in the game, and to be pulled in and out, and to be played in a 3 or sometimes 4 running back rotation. I mean, let's be honest. The Patriots seem to almost thrive on chaos at the running back position for reasons I'm not exactly sure I understand. But it's clear to me that the most talented running back they have is Sony Michel.
And Damian Harris, I guess. Those two.
Damian Harris is a good football player, but he's not as physically talented as.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So if it's up to me, it's like we're gonna make sure that Sony Michel can't do it before we start messing around with all the dudes. But that's not the Patriot way. The Patriot way is, hey, you got your 3 carries. Here's somebody else for the next.
Here's Rex Burkhead.
Right. Because who can hope to keep Rex Burkhead off the field?
Can't hold him down. Can't hold him up either.
Okay, so that brings us to
Chargers.
Yeah, Donovan James. Hold on.
Yeah, this has been a wild second round so far. Here we are working the phones again.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Okay, so pick 47 for the Chargers is up, and then you have one more pick at pick 62, but that's not for a little while.
Give me 1 second. Wait, who did I get for the Chargers? The first round.
Oh, you got Slater.
You got Slater?
You got Slater.
Did I get Slater?
You got Slater. Well done.
Yeah. Let me hold on. I just walked in the house. Give me 1 second. I got about. How long do I have?
Because you are you got 2 minutes, but I'll make it a long 2 minutes because you're a friend of the show.
Is Jamin Davis still available?
Sadly, no.
Sorry, getting the wrong right now because I just got oh man, let's see.
An obvious edge available.
A couple.
What about Dylan Moses?
Very much available. Is that who you want?
No, not yet. I think that's what I want. I know I got some trade offers from Montel.
Oh.
But
Okay.
he already made a trade. Let me go Dylan Moses.
Okay. Dylan Moses, linebacker from and I keep thinking he probably should have been a running back, but yes, Dylan Moses, linebacker from Alabama, is all you.
He should have been running back, but he should have kept him there. But yeah, all right, I'll take Dylan Moses.
Okay.
And then,
Start thinking about pick 62.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you.
No problem. All right.
Wow.
First reach of the draft?
I wouldn't say the first, but it's the most dramatic. Now,
The biggest, yeah.
in Donovan's defense, his thing is he's a high school recruiting guy. So he sees all these rivals camps. He used to work for Scout or 24/7, one of those. So he goes to all these camps, sees all these kids when they're 16, 17 years old and falls in love with some of them. And despite the fact that Dylan Moses' college career could be called at best spotty, I think he still remembers the guy he saw just dominating people in camp all those years ago.
Yeah.
So that's
He's got some tape that you're like, wow, this dude's legit. Like, so I've seen him from the ranges of feels like 35 to 150 on people's big boards.
Mm-hmm.
So if you use them right, I guess, but yeah. You'd like to see him actually turn some of that talent he had coming out of high school and even in the first couple of years at Bama into actual production.
Yep. A combination of injury and frankly getting outplayed by younger players.
Yeah.
Cut into his ability to produce because for those who aren't familiar with the work of one Nicholas. What is his middle name again? I can't remember his middle name now, but Nick Saban. I'd like to do the whole 3-name thing when I can. But for those who aren't familiar with his work, if someone is playing better than you in practice, they will be seeing the field. And you will be watching them play. No matter how many stars you came in with, no matter if you were an All-American last year, he does not care. Because he can get 5 more of you. And he will.
Yeah.
And he will. Okay, so that brings us to
3 in a row from Garen.
Oh boy, Garen.
Yep. Raiders, Cardinals, Dolphins.
All right. Well, to start it, the Raiders will be taking Trey Smith to help rebuild the offensive line.
Right.
It's gonna be
Build back better.
The Arizona Cardinals will be taking Asante Samuel Jr., cornerback.
Oh,
now this is good value. This is
Steal.
good value. Yes, I've heard people projecting Samuel much earlier than this, but I think this is actually where he belongs throughout this range. Yeah.
I think he belongs in the first personally. Now I am a Florida State fan, And I watched him get misused like every player on the defense. Basically, he's a spitting image of his dad. So whatever you got from his dad is essentially what you're going to get from him. Good, not great athlete, but he's got an amazing first step, so he catches up with you because he never loses you, basically. So, but yeah, I love him.
Okay, so far so good. You're doing well, sir.
This one's the harder pick. There's looking at the Dolphins' needs. I don't really have any running backs left in the second round. Tight ends, I have no tight ends in the second round.
Yeah.
Defensive line, maybe. Let me look real quick.
So you've done Cosme, and you already got Jalen Phillips.
Yeah.
Having a pretty good
Or
day.
no. My bad. You got you took Jamar Chase. That's right.
Oh.
So Chase and
Cosme.
Yeah,
Cosme. Okay.
Which still qualifies as a pretty good day at the office if you're a GM.
It's perfect for Tua. It's fantastic.
That's how you keep your job if you're Chris Greer.
Yeah.
Let's go with a defensive tackle from Washington, Levi Onwuzurike.
Oh, okay. Now, I've seen some people try to put him in the back half of the first, and which just seemed to enrich my blood. But this is good. This I like. I am pleased. Okay, so not that it matters, but I feel like that's a good spot for him.
Wait for one day.
Okay, so to recap, we have to recap for you, Jaron, because you have so you came out of the box strong, right? And then you followed up with so let's just review. So the Cardinals got
Asante
Samuel Jr.
Raiders got Trey Smith, and Miami
gets Levi.
Yeah, Levi Onwuzurike.
There you go.
I think this is absolutely where the area he should go. I've seen him in a lot of first rounds, and I don't like him like that. Like I think people are pushing up because of certain teams' needs of defensive tackles. But for me, I don't think any of these defensive tackles should be first rounders. Barmore, Fringe, maybe. But
Barmore's getting the Alabama bump, you know. I mean, that's if Barmore came from, let's say, San Jose State, he's probably going late second, early third. If it's the exact same guy, but at Arizona, at San Jose State.
Wow.
And that's Hader again, right?
I think is he Washington as well?
I think he has his original teams, and then he inherited two teams from Chase. So I believe one of his teams, I think he's got. Let me think again. I think I'm right. Check with him, but I think that's at this point my brain is kind of mush.
That's all good.
But he says he has Washington and what was it, Denver?
Well, he's got Denver and New England.
Right. He had New England and Washington, and then he inherited the Colts and Denver from Chase, if memory serves me correctly. He had his two teams originally, and then he took on the two teams that got orphaned when Chase had to do whatever he's doing in the desert or wherever he goes for these things that he does. I probably am putting more mental imagery than I probably should into what Chase does on the weekends. It's probably not as interesting as I imagine, but if it is, I envy him.
All right, so Hader didn't realize that he had Washington because he didn't pick for him in the first round.
Yeah, because the clock ran out. That's what happened there. But
Got it.
Yeah.
And who was Washington's pick in the first round?
I will tell
Bateman.
Oh,
I think.
yeah, you're right. Rashad Bateman. Well done. Yep. A playmate for Scary Terry.
All right, so texting him now, and we'll see what he does. And then who do we have next? Chicago is next after that, so Montel's got another pick.
I'm not up now, right?
No, you're up next.
Okay.
So
And
get
then after
ready.
that, I think you are.
Yep.
Yep.
So Hader and then Montel.
And let Hader know he's got another pick coming up pretty soon at 54.
Yep, I'll let him know after he takes this one.
The things that I have in my mind that I think will be the things that help bend or shape or whatever the shape of the draft. One is, does one of the teams that everybody is assuming will take a quarterback decide not to? And I think that that's possible, that one of the teams that everyone's sort of assuming is going to go might say, you know what? No. I mean, obviously, I do think that the first three probably do happen. I'm wondering if Atlanta doesn't do something different from what many people are assuming that they're going to do.
Yeah.
And that's one of the places where I think that the draft sort of bend or turn. The Lions are a very interesting point of juncture, because they could, as I said, try to help Jared Goff in terms of a offensive weapon of whatever type, receiver, tight end. They could decide to go with offensive line. And the one thing I have nagging at the back of my mind is, could they be a team? Now, obviously, they rolled the dice on early cornerback fairly recently, and it didn't exactly work out yet. But they.
All right.
Oh, okay, here we go.
I have the pick.
Quarterback right here.
Well, former quarterback. Former quarterback turned linebacker.
Oh, Chase or Chaz.
There you go. Yep.
He's an interesting dude. Yeah. Interesting player. And once again, I'm not trying to, pile on, but if somebody did want to take a linebacker slightly early, I probably would have chosen him over Moses. I still.
Oh, 100%.
Right. I still.
Yeah.
I mean, once again, Dylan Moses might turn out to be a terrific linebacker. So I don't want to make it sound like. I mean, once again, we talked about the talent. 5-star and.
Right.
Guys don't get heavily recruited by Alabama if they suck. But he just, battled with injuries, inconsistency, and at some point it just looked like he was struggling just with the pressure almost of being Dylan Moses. I have to wonder if that was maybe part of it too, because, I mean, everybody who goes to Alabama goes with a certain amount of pressure, but people really were thinking he was going to be the next, here's the next Alabama linebacker, was sort of the press that surrounded him when he got there. But okay, so that's pick number, there it is. That's and that puts our friend Montel on the clock. Unless he's made another trade that I don't know about.
No trades this time.
Just making sure.
This is a tough one, but you got to consider the position and the thousands of needs here. So I'm going to go offensive line again. I'm going to take Creed Humphrey, the center out of Oklahoma.
Value.
Got to get value. He was a top 30 player for me. So, I mean, I know he's a center, but, I mean, if you got a guy that can stay healthier than Landon Dickerson and play almost as good, I'm totally fine with that. So, yeah.
Hard not to like that pick. And I'm a big fan of Creed Humphrey. He is my number one center. I don't dislike Landon Dickerson, but I kept watching him and then watching Creed Humphrey and kept saying, why am I supposed to like this guy better? So yes.
Yeah, and one dude can finish the season without getting hurt. So I mean, there's that. So
right. Yeah. So I'm with you on that. I'm a fan. I am a fan.
Creed was 100% the dude that I was hoping would fall to Tampa at the end of round 2.
Well, he'll be all right. Tampa will be okay.
And this lets them not have to start Sam Mustipher at center. You know, that era can kind of end, and he can be a backup where he belongs. So everything works out.
Right. Exactly. Excellent. So Montel, you either can hang out, but if you want to start working on day 2, you can start doing that, whichever you decide to do.
Yeah, lots of work ahead, but I'll probably lurk, see what you guys got. But yeah, I might cut out some.
Okay.
Yeah.
All I ask is when you do get ready to cut out, just DM me or whatever. No, so that way I'll know not to, look for you, whatever. But yeah. And then I will send out at the end of this, I will go through and fix whatever is broken, and then send you a actually correct who's been taken and all that stuff at the end of the night. Okay, that puts us on pick number
Tennessee. Is that Hales?
I believe it is.
I'm not Tennessee unless I picked up another one.
No. Hales is right. He's not. I'm just saying yes because I'm tired. Give me a second. It just sounded.
I have no idea who it is.
And you said it with such conviction, Andy.
Yeah.
But
hey.
Which is how you should be. No, hold on. No, I know who the Tennessee is. Give me a second. Oh, here we go. Tennessee's pick is defensive tackle Davion Nixon from Iowa.
All right, I have Hader's pick for the Colts, who's getting an absolute
I'm
robbery.
I'm the Colts. Hader's not the Colts. I am.
Oh,
okay. I thought. Okay, I can't remember who picked up what. I'll admit it. My brain is fried. Hales, you're on the clock. Somebody's on the clock. Oh, it's coming back to me now. That's right. It wasn't Chase with the Colts. It was Demetrius. I knew it was one of the orphan franchises that I dispersed to somebody else, and I just forgot who. But yes, thank you.
I'm going to pair North Dakota State football players together.
Oh.
Dylan Radins, offensive tackle.
I think he went.
Sadly, he's been picked.
When?
To the Panthers, pick 39.
Oh, crap. I totally missed that on my board.
That was when your phone died.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, your phone was dead during that. Yep.
Well, then I'm going to take
This man knows how to build suspense.
Well, he had the horror lighting going on earlier, so that makes sense.
Man, let me see. I'm going to go Jalen Mayfield.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay.
So I'll say this much. With a couple of exceptions, people have gotten really good value for the most part in the second round.
Yeah.
I thought about Brady Christensen, but I went Mayfield.
This is, once again, and I've seen some people put him at the very tail end of the first, but I think this is about where he belongs.
Yeah, me too.
Now, do you see him as a right tackle? What do you see him as?
I would say he probably starts on the right side, yeah. I could see him maybe transition to left, depending on how it goes. But, yeah, I would say stick him on the right side to start off.
Once again, I do not dislike that one iota.
And I think the good thing about it is, like,
and he can also play guard if you needed him to. So.
Yeah, but you can sit him right next to Quentin Nelson, and then like you're not as worried about like any athletic limitations because if he steps out to the right, and if the guy's coming inside, guess who he's got right there next to him?
Exactly.
Quentin Nelson just busting him down on the ground. So, yeah, I like that.
Right, like that makes any player better if you have somebody like Quentin Nelson just waiting. Oh, you thought it was over?
Yep. Nope. You're up next with Steelers.
Oh, I like that too. But let me update the board and then I will make my pick. Uh-oh. What happened here?
Man, these back half teams are getting so excited seeing the players that are left.
Yes.
All these playoff teams are just, man, the value is just insane.
The value is just insane. And I promise you, it may not play out exactly this way, but I promise you, we'll be saying some similar things about some players. This once again, I know I've said this a lot, but I really believe I would build my draft philosophy around getting a bunch of players in the second round. Because every year, somebody that nobody believed would make it to the second makes it to the second.
Yeah.
Okay, so time to see the magic big board. You know what? Give me Javon Holland from Oregon. Now, was that an angry grunt? What kind of grunt was that? I wasn't quite sure.
A surprising one, but I surprisingly like it too.
I feel like we have one of the better safeties, obviously, in the NFL, and I would like to truly be able to set him free. He's, no offense to the safeties he's played with in the past, but they haven't really been, like, it's not even a Batman and Robin thing. Like, it's been Batman and who's like a third tier superhero, like Batman and like Green Arrow, right? I mean, like, so you know what I mean? Like, somebody is like, "Are you really a superhero?" Right?
Oh wow!
Right? Like, is cosplay a superpower? You know, so right?
Goodness.
So I feel like this is a good move because it now really frees up one of our best players in our whole defense to not have to cover up for other people as much. Now he's able to see it and go and know that if for some reason he's wrong, we aren't automatically giving up a touchdown. So yeah, that's why I like that pick, because I think whatever Holland does, I think the greatest impact will be is what it does for Minkah Fitzpatrick, or what it keeps Minkah Fitzpatrick from having to be worried about. because now he can play his own position and take some risks without thinking, oh my God, what happens if I'm out of position? Because now there's somebody who can actually play next to him at a high level.
Who do we got next?
That brings us to
Seattle's finally picking
for the first time. Yes.
Goodness.
So the Seahawks GM is going to have to wake up and grab a Starbucks. Well, here's the good news. This is a really good offensive line draft, and some good offensive linemen are available to them, and they are going to take one of them.
And the best news is whoever they take at 56 is probably who they were going to take at like 28 anyway.
That's funny because it's true. But yes, speaking of yes, and as I thought, okay, it's offensive lineman, it's offensive guard Wyatt Davis from Ohio State.
That makes sense.
It really does. So much sense that it probably won't happen, as you said, but it would be a really good move if they did do that. And he helps their run game, and they really, despite all the let Russ cook stuff, and I'm just, I don't have these secret inside connections, but my prediction is they're going to run the football more this year.
That makes sense. Yeah. My prediction is he's not going anywhere also. I
don't think he's going anywhere either.
People can take that thought out of their head.
Well, first of all, for him to go somewhere, here's the things that would have to happen. You'd have to have a trade partner that is willing to compensate the Seahawks lavishly. Now, there's probably a couple of those who exist. And the Seahawks have to be willing to accept said lavish package. And who are the teams that could seriously pony up like that? Bears. I mean, right. That's true. And the Dolphins have the stuff to do it, but I think they're happier with Tua than people seem to think they're happy.
Yeah.
I don't get all they're ready to move on for Tua stuff. I don't think it comes from anywhere. I think it comes from nowhere is what I think actually. Who else could actually put together the assets to do it?
Houston.
Okay.
Now that's interesting because we have no idea what's going to happen with.
Yes, funny you should
Watson.
mention that because one of the assets would probably be the currently controversial.
Yeah.
Now there is a shift in culture, right? You go from Mr. Go Hawks, Jesus is my co-pilot.
To a different kind of co-pilot.
Right. I don't know if Russell Wilson has ever cursed in his life. Oh, and fun fact. So when I was a college student, the president of the university I attended was Harrison Baines Wilson. Now that name means nothing to you until you realize that's the grandfather of Russell. So that's Russell Baines Wilson Jr. Russell Wilson's father was Harrison Baines Wilson III, who died young. And so, I've known about Russ since he was very, very young. But yeah, Harrison B. Wilson was the president of Knoxville State.
Yeah. When he somehow did not beat out Mike Glennon, which was always weird to me.
It wasn't that he didn't beat up Mike Glennon. The thing was that Coach O'Brien finally said you can't miss spring ball to play baseball this year.
Right.
And so he said, and Russ said, I signed a contract, Coach. It's not like the teams be like, yeah, you know what, don't play. We're gonna pay you anyway. It doesn't work that way. So he said, I'm going to fulfill my contractual obligations. And O'Brien said, we won't hold your position. And Russ either took it to mean your other option is Mike Glennon. I'm going to go play baseball. One of those I dare you kind of things. And O'Brien's an old Navy officer. He's like, I don't take you being dared kindly. And he made a move. And Russ was like, oh, okay. And this was timed beautifully because this is just, literally months before the grad transfer rule had changed so that now, as long as you completed all the required for your degree, and you could legitimately claim that another school had a graduate program that your school didn't have.
Yeah.
Which guys clearly, sort of gamed the system regarding. But either way, he found the program, found the school, and, the rest, as they say, is history. Oh, let me get.
Rams.
Yep. And the pick is in. And the pick is Baron Browning from Ohio State University.
Okay.
Run on Ohio State, guys.
Not mad at that.
Nope.
Although there is a couple guys out there that I'm surprised he jumped over.
Yeah, I am spotting one at 60. So,
Yeah.
and I would gladly take him.
Okay, and that brings
There's
to
two. There's actually two of them that are surprising he jumped at that position.
And that brings us to the Chiefs, who are very disappointed that Wyatt Davis is not available.
Hey, they got Orlando Brown. They don't need anything else. Even though Mahomes ran for 500 yards,
yeah,
in the Super Bowl, it didn't count for anything.
And Eichenberg is gone. Cosme's gone. Okay, so the highest rated player on their board still available is center Landon Dickerson from Alabama.
Yeah, that makes sense. He can play all over too.
Yep. And I'm sure that's what their plan is, for him to play pretty much all the positions except left tackle at some point or another.
That was that one hurts because that was absolutely where I was gonna. The two that I was looking at and really wanted for Tampa at the end of the round were Creed Humphrey and Landon Dickerson. Those were the two guys I really wanted.
Right. And that brings us to pick number 60? No.
59 with the Browns.
Yeah, 59, sorry.
Yep. And the Browns took a third defensive end with their first round pick. So maybe they can get a fourth one now.
Sadly, there isn't really one they like enough available. But the pick is a defensive player, linebacker Jabril Cox, LSU, previously of North Carolina State University.
Well, that just screwed me.
Yeah, that was one of the guys I was talking about, being surprised Baron Browning went over Jabril.
Yeah. I'm
LSU linebackers just work in the NFL. Like, that's it. Like, I don't like the whole, scout the team thing or whatever. Like, obviously, you always scout the player, not the helmet. But at the same time, like, every linebacker you think of that's like a top two linebacker that's gone to LSU just has worked. It just has.
Yeah, and sort of like the whole NC State Wisconsin thing with Russ, I'm going to give a fair amount of the credit to who Jabril Cox is as a player, to his to North Carolina State University, which they may not have the same sort of tradition, but their players tend to stick too. Like, not all those guys flame out. I mean, Billy Turner's not amazing, but he's playing in the NFL. Obviously, we'll see exactly what happens with Carson Wentz this year, but I think there'll be a bounce back year for him. And they've had a few defenders who stuck. None of them superstars, but who stuck in the league.
if Wentz can start eating the meat that he's hunting, then he'll be good again.
Does he not eat meat?
I think he went vegan, and people were saying like,
I thought that was Cam who did that.
I thought Carson did too, like gave up all of that, and it was like it just kind of. I don't know that they had anything to do with each other, but it was just interesting that it coincided with his bad play.
I think it's funny how all these athletes are doing all these special diets, and then there was Chad Johnson who
eating McDonald's. Yeah,
yeah.
I'm on the Chad Johnson diet, and it is not working for me.
Yeah, that's the only problem with the Chad Johnson diet is it works almost only if you are actually Chad Johnson.
Yeah, but it is delicious.
Yes. Now there you do have that going for you.
All right, so it's Saints time, isn't it?
It is.
I'm angry about what's probably about to happen. I don't like this at all, Hales.
You looking at the other linebacker too?
I'm not telling you what I'm looking at.
So I'm currently between two players right now.
Torn between two players, feeling like a fool. Loving both of you is breaking all the rules. I'm the oldest person here, so I guess that's now fully demonstrated. Nobody else even knows the song, apparently. So yeah. All right.
I'm just looking at the board and noticing there's something weird that's still going on.
Always.
There's a player at 43 that he's actually not gone yet because a different edge.
Okay, hold on.
An edge went at 43.
Okay, hold on. 43. Oh, wait.
Yeah, the Jaguars took something else. I don't know why I'm blanking on what they took.
Wait, hold on. The Jaguars shouldn't be 43, should they? Or should?
No. I'm just saying the player at 43 he hasn't gone yet.
The 49ers took him at 43.
No, because there was a pick earlier. They took an edge. They took it was either Basham or Osai.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah.
And the Jaguars, I'm blanking on who they took.
Osai's at 33.
Yeah, but I'm saying like that wasn't the sheet got messed up a little bit.
Right.
See, I have it on my board. I thought Jason Owe got taken, but I guess I had that wrong.
Yes. No, that is correct. Jason Owe went to the Jaguars. Osai should be pick 43. And
that's
pick 43 is actually still available.
Oh,
really?
Okay.
Yeah.
So Elijah Moore is still on the board.
That's why I was freaking out.
Well, that changes everything.
That's why I was freaking out about the Saints having this pick.
Well, we will be sprinting again to the podium.
Knocking people down.
People down because we are hammering Elijah Moore to New Orleans.
I hate the freaking Saints. Dang it.
Wow.
Just value after value. Just
God in
Pretty sure Hales knocked over Jerry Jones' grandmother too.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I knocked them all over.
Oh God, man, that is.
This may be my favorite mock yet.
Yeah. You can't do any better than that. Good.
No, we're doing pretty well.
And the thing is, I think one of those three receivers, Rondale Moore, Elijah Moore, or Kadarius Toney, has a really good shot of making it to the Saints in the second round, which I absolutely despise.
Yep. Okay, so I'm trying to do some board repair here. So, Owe, Terrence Marshall, Boogie Basham, Samuel Cosme, Eric Stokes,
Rondale
Moore, Dylan Verdunz, Javonte Williams, Liam Eichenberg, Jamin Davis, and then this is not Elijah Moore because Elijah Moore just got picked. Okay,
Yes, this is actually Joseph Asai.
So that's Asai. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And then
And once
stupid
again,
Saints.
God in heaven, by all that's holy. That's and once again, unfortunately, not only does he go there, but he goes to a place where, oh my God, think of what that evil little genius will do with that player. Oh man,
Yep. Nice little weapon for James Crablegs, baby.
That's my guy. I hate that I have to root for him because like I love Jameis. Like
I do too. I think he's
met him
gonna
a
do
couple
well.
times. So I'll tell this story real quick. I went to a UFC fight, and because of like knowing somebody, I was able to sit for the final 2 fights of this UFC Tampa card down on the floor. Well, the guy that I knew that was down there, Dana White said to him, "Hey, you want to come back?" And I was just with the guy. So the guy started walking back, and I started walking with him like I belonged, even though I didn't. And so I ended up backstage. Jameis came with all the offensive linemen. It was one of their birthdays. And Dana was like, "You guys doing some partying tonight?" And Jameis steps up immediately and is like, "This is all the partying we're doing." And each one of the linemen walked up to Jameis and thanked him for setting this up so they could go backstage. And they were just like looking at him with like reverence, like, okay, whatever Jameis says, we're going to do, and all of that kind of stuff. And it was just one of those moments that there was no cameras or anything around. It was just literally what he was doing. And the dude is literally like a leader, and people don't realize how good of a leader he actually is.
Ask anybody who's at Elite 11. Ask.
Trent Dilfer.
Yes.
Yep.
Y'all see that video of him and Dak at one of the camps?
Yeah, where he's like, "I work harder than everybody. I know Dak's right there, but I work harder than everybody." Man, that was so funny. But like literally, that's who he is.
Yeah.
I love Jameis, but I'm still going to talk shit about him just because he's not the same.
Yeah, I get it. Like, and Dak's an extremely hard worker too. You don't get drafted where Dak did and become one of the best quarterbacks in the league without being like a ridiculously hard worker and beating the timetable of when he was supposed to come back.
Yep.
So
helped that he had Tony Romo in his pocket, but
yeah. But like, man, I'm very angry right now that Michael Thomas and Elijah Moore and Alvin Kamara,
Deontay Harris.
That's scary. That's scary. With Sean Payton.
Oh yeah. And you got Adam Troutman at tight end 1 this year.
I mean, I'm not worried about that part, but like the rest of it, yeah, absolutely.
So my question is, will he be able to hold off Taysom Hill for that tight end 1 position? That's my question. So that brings us to more picks, kids.
Packers, Chiefs, then Bucks to round it out, right?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, so we got
they came in thick and fast. So
absolute steal there.
Right, Elijah Moore went, and then the Bills got Ronnie Perkins from Oklahoma. Another guy that I like a little more than many people do. I think it depends what you're looking for, I guess, out of the player, but I think if used correctly, he could have a really nice career. And then Donovan said he won Quinn Miners, so he gets Quinn Miners from University of Wisconsin Whitewater. And that sounded like somebody fell off of something. Everybody okay?
No, I'm not.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
I don't think Quinn gets drafted this high in the real draft.
Really?
He only played a couple of games and plus the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, the Senior Bowl he showed out though.
Yeah,
well, and let me ask you this. And once again, I know that you guys probably don't watch a lot of Wisconsin Whitewater. They are in I think the toughest toughest conference in Division III. They face, amongst others, perennial champion. And I mean perennial, like they won the championship like 8 or 9 years in a row or something crazy like that. But they play in a conference where I think they won the championship. I think twice in the past 10 years. Mount Union's won it like 8 times in the past 10 years. I mean, essentially winning their conference title sort of tells you who's at least going to be playing for the championship. The person who's won their conference title has played for the Division III national championship. I think every year going back to sometime in the 90s, it's been either. Now, once again, it's still Division III. I get that, but there's a lot of variance in the quality of football in Division III, and I watch probably more Division III football than. I mean, I don't want to assume. How much Division III football do you guys watch?
I only watch when there's a prospect that pops out of nowhere and it's like, okay, watch this guy. You know?
So if you are watching Division III football, and you'll know this very quickly, there are places where it's literally a bunch of like future engineers, lawyers, doctors, whatever, and you can tell that you're watching a bunch of future engineers, lawyers, docters, CEOs, etc.
Yeah.
You know, I love watching Carnegie Mellon play football, but I can tell that none of the Tartans, and that's their the nickname, but none of those guys are going to make it. But when I'm watching Wisconsin Whitewater, when I'm watching Mount Union, there's a couple of guys that's like, okay, 2 or 3 of these guys have a shot. They might not get drafted. Now, obviously, he's going to get drafted. Could he get drafted this high? I think he's probably in the 3rd, but could he go late in the 2nd? Sure.
See, I'm thinking more 4th round-ish.
Wow.
I think there's very little chance he makes it to the 4th.
Yeah, I just look at like if you get to a team like Tampa, right? They've taken these Division III guys before,
right? Well,
Ali Marpet, and other players. So Alex Kappa, like,
yep,
it's totally the type of pick that the Bucs would make if he makes it to the bottom of round 2. I bet he ends up being a Buck, as long as the Bucs didn't take an offensive lineman at the end of round 1.
That's fair.
Okay.
So Chiefs up next, and then we go to the Super Bowl champion.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Yes.
Look, I don't get to say that often.
Not often, no, but you get to say it now, and that's really what matters.
I've never gotten to say that ever.
Oh, because it happened before you were born, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I watched all those. Those teams were just freakishly dominant. It was angry because I grew up a 49er fan before I became a Tampa fan, and Dallas during that time frame was just beating the crap out of them.
Right.
See, I wasn't alive during that time, but I've seen the games. I have a Troy Aikman autograph picture.
Yeah.
I used to have a picture that was signed by Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith, and why am I blanking out?
Michael Irvin?
Michael Irvin, yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, well, can't do a lot better than that.
No, you get the original trio or whatever.
Yeah, the triplets.
The triplets, yeah.
We went down to a game in San Francisco, Dallas versus San Francisco, and those 3 guys were there for some sort of charity event. My dad bought a picture and ran into him on the pier and had it all signed.
That's amazing.
That is. The pick is in. The Chiefs have selected, once again, a guy cut down on airfare. Nick Bolton, linebacker from Missouri.
That was going to be the pick for me. I have just been sniped like 5 times in a row.
It doesn't happen to me often, but I've had like one time when it's been like, what? Can I get a break? And that puts, the Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the clock.
Unbelievable. This is kind of worst case scenario at the moment. However, this is going to get weird, and I get it. Like, I just made fun of the Browns for taking Rousseau in the 1st round when they had Clowney and they had Myles Garrett. Well, the Bucs have Shaq Barrett They have JPP.
Mm-hmm.
They also have we just drafted Quiddy Pay.
Yep.
And I'm going to get super wild and get a fourth guy and take Joe Tryon here.
Oh, wow. All right. So, yeah, that whole NASCAR Cheetah, whatever you call it, package is going to be pretty when you go.
And we got Vita Vea, and we got
well, that's your normal.
Sue.
That's your normal. Now, Sue might be good athletic to play in that sort of special, third down. Yeah, because he's, despite being an older player, he still moves shockingly well for a man his size. Okay, so that's
the thing. Like, it sounds wacky. Why would the Bucs need to do this? But like, literally, there's a big gap now between the players that the Bucs would take. They wouldn't take any of the running backs remaining, more than likely.
Right.
And like, am I going to drop down all the way into, like, say, the 80th just to reach on a offensive lineman, or do I get wild and take a dude that could sneak into the first round? And now they just have 4 explosive edges that are going to be running nonstop at people. Todd Bowles will figure out a way to make it
work. Todd Bowles, right. In Bowles we trust. And once again, on the list of guys that very much deserve a second bite at the apple, I've got the only guy I have sort of ranked higher than him. Leslie Frazier is just beneath him, and then just above him is Jim. The ones that the Lions wish they had back.
Caldwell.
Jim Caldwell, right? Yeah. 10-6 looks pretty good to you now, doesn't it?
Like, I have Bowles up at the top. Like, I mean, people are talking about Leftwich because young offensive mind, but like, look, you have an offense that's already explosive. When Arian steps aside, give the thing to Todd Bowles, because the thing with the Jets is he made the defense work. He just never had an offense that could work, right?
No.
So now you have an offense that's got players everywhere. Like, just the offense is set, and you've already set up your defense, and that's what you do well. Like, it's the perfect scenario for Todd Bowles, and I really hope that he's still there. The problem is he's going to be gone one way or another after the end of this year. So if Arians decides to stick around one more year, I don't expect Todd Bowles to still be here, because I thought he was going to be gone this year. I thought that somebody was going to get him this year, and I'm surprised he didn't get a job.
Right.
But, yeah. Wow. Crazy couple rounds.
It was. And once again, as we said before, there's always some craziness. I mean, every draft I've ever known about, seen, been a part of, and of course, I'll never forget what happened. And this is obviously around later, but at the end of the third in compensatories, when Maurice Claret went, people were packing up, leaving, whatever, like all the big names, especially because I was covering that draft. And especially like the big, like the Peter Kings and whatever, they'd already packed their stuff up and were leaving, and they all turned around and ran back into the room and unpacked.
Yeah, because it was a huge name.
Right. And people were convinced he was going to go even later than that. But Coach Shanahan, said, yeah, I can make it work with this guy. And he was incorrect. But he thought he saw the next Shanahan running back. And he had a lot of the characteristics, not super fast, but those Shanahan running backs, with the exception of Clinton Portis, were not fast guys. They were like 4s.
No Sean Moreno, yeah.
They were all 4.6 guys. I mean, I'm talking go back before that. Mike Anderson, Davis, Orlandis Gary, Quentin Griffin. They had 1 year. Who am I leaving out? Oh, Reuben Drones.
Drones, yeah.
Reuben Drones was the second fastest, and he was a 4.58.
Yeah.
Right? So, and then you have Portis who could fly. But all the rest of them were guys who were just above plotter in terms of but they had vision, patience.
Zone running back,
Vision, patience, toughness. Right. So now, if you get a guy like Portis who's got that stuff and then also can actually run away from people, you can have truly something special. But all the rest of those guys were guys that, if you block it up right and you do everything right, you get a 3, 12, 15, sometimes a 20-yard game. And then when you have Portis back there, that 3, 8, 12, whatever turns into like 15, 27, 40, gone, touchdown, right? And it's a shame that Portis, once again, just had so many concussions and it drove him out of football. But, man, I loved him coming out of Miami.
Oh, he was special, dude.
Oh, whew. That combination. And it's funny, we were talking about like Travis Etienne, a guy, and once again, they're very similar in terms of physical measurables. I think Portis had a little better vision, but other than that, extremely similar backs.
Yeah.
And that initial step, that going full speed on the second step thing, that most people can never dream of having, they both had.
Completely agree.
Yep.
Yeah.
I will let you guys have your lives back, but if anyone, other than what we've already said about some of the things that surprised us, anyone have anything else you want to say before we shut this sucker down?
No, I think at this point, at least on like my big board that I did, for instance, for the Jets, there's only 2 players that I have left in the top 50. So I think we nailed a lot of it. There was some wild stuff I didn't expect to see from certain teams.
Yep.
And yeah, it's I like what some of the young quarterbacks teams did to help those young quarterbacks out. So
yep.
Looking forward to third round and on.
Yeah, and that's when I really, first of all, the guys I get to know are usually mid-rounders or late rounders. The guys I get to talk to, the guys that, it's not always as easy, unless you're at the Senior Bowl or something, to get a chance to talk to some of the guys who are going to go in the first and second rounds. But I usually end up going to East-West Shrine Game or NFLPA, one, because those are the guys that I've been really following, because, everybody looks at the big-name guys. Where I really pride myself, or where I spend a lot of my time, is on the guys that people know less about. Now, obviously, in a case like a guy like Quinn Miners, that was a guy that I've been watching for years, and everyone discovered at the Senior Bowl. Yeah. And I didn't know that his stunt double was going to show up for the show. So thank you, Jaron. It's really, really nice to have somebody here sort of hold it down for that. Now, I can't be the first person to have said that to you, right? I mean, I'm sure when he started blowing up, I'm sure when he started blowing up, it's like, hey, is that?
Yeah, nobody around here knows NFL draft.
Oh,
nobody around here follows this.
It's a damn shame, because you'd be getting covered at if you were running around Wisconsin right about now. Your stock would be up.
I'm actually working on getting myself to college and playing football here in a couple of months.
Oh,
okay.
Nice, man.
Well, 1, let us know how that happens, and then 2, tape. We got to have tape as soon as you get some. So I'm assuming you are an interior offensive lineman, though I shouldn't assume.
I'm a defensive tackle.
Get out of here. Oh, okay, cool. Height, weight?
6'4", 356 pounds.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
Good boy.
Oh.
The Saints will be calling soon.
You're one of those D tackles you don't really see anymore. Like that's like Sam Adams. That's Ted Washington. That's I can see
the Williams bros.
Right. Yes, yeah. And there was someone else I was thinking of specifically that was like built exactly like that. But yeah. So you and Snacks could hang out. Okay, I like it.
My favorite defensive tackle, like over the past 10 or so years, has been Mike Daniels. He's the guy I watch all the time. He's the guy I'd watched in high school.
Yeah,
that's who I wanted to learn from.
Another wrestler.
Yep.
Good hands.
Wrestlers always have good hands, man.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, that was
no
actually
leverage.
that was actually my best sport. I wanted to be better at football, but unfortunately, one is that probably very little demand for 5'7" and 5'8", 170-ish pound safeties at the collegiate level.
Yeah.
I discovered that the hard way. So I ended up really concentrating more on wrestling at that point. I walked on, or attempted to walk on for football, and they were like, well, to be fair, I played a little special teams, and I recorded a stat. I have a blocked punt.
Nice.
All right.
But yeah.
Yeah.
I have
get it.
respect for guys who actually manage to really play college football because it's different, man. It's a different level. Those are some different dudes. They're different. I mean, I'm not even at that big a school, and I remember they broke up to have us run, and there's a dudes running 4.3. It's like, holy crap! Like, what's going on? Like, I'm at a freaking CIAA school, right? I mean, how are guys just running 4.3 like it's nothing? So yeah, I had a wake up moment, like, oh, okay, this might not work out like I planned. I thought I was going to work my way into the hearts of the coaches because I was scrappy. It turns out they care a little less about scrappy. They
care more about talent.
A little more about talent. Yeah.
Maybe in high school with the scrappiness, but
yeah, I unfortunately didn't grow, and I went to Manatee High, which is a hotbed.
Willie
Taggart.
Yep. Yeah.
So Willie Taggart, Chevin Wiggins, Tommy Frazier.
Yep.
I remember the best player I've ever played against is Adrian McPherson. He should have been. He should have been
some character
huge.
Things, but yes.
Yeah, but he was like he was Mr. Basketball and Mr. Football in the state of Florida.
Yep.
That is the most ridiculous thing ever. But like he was better at basketball than football. I remember watching him, and he would pull up like Kevin Durant, and that was his game. Yep. Like he would look like Kevin Durant, but like, yeah. So I had no shot because I was trying to play with all of these guys that were like just absolute freaks.
Yep.
And here I am at 5'7.5" at the time, probably 145 pounds.
Yep, that's what I was in high school roughly. I wrestled at 132 and 138, so I was playing football. I think they generously listed me at like 150 or 155, but I was about 143.
Yeah, I was wrestling 145 and 155.
I wrestled 180 in high school.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So.
Hails. So you decided to start bulking once you got out?
Yeah, I got on that college diet. Called
yeah, I got in that I have a toddler diet, so I'm
I was 5'10", 180, 185.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you were wrestling at walking around weight, Andy, as opposed to cutting?
No, so the problem was I was cutting while it was wrestling season, but then the coaches were asking me to put up my weight while it was football season.
Oh yeah, I got caught in that. Yeah.
But so it was just like this weird thing. So like, I would try to get up to like 155, as absurd as that sounds for football.
Trust me.
But then I was trying to get down to 135 for wrestling, because those were just the best setups was 135, 140, 145. So it was, and then it became a point where like, okay, this isn't happening. I'm looking around me and I'm seeing guys that can play D1 football, and I'm like, yeah, I'm scrappy and all that, but like, I just don't have the natural size and God-given ability that a lot of these, like if I was playing football in like North Carolina, I'm fine. You know what I'm saying? But like playing in the state of Florida with all these ridiculous athletes, my buddy was Jaworski Polak, who he went to Southeast High School and he played at North Carolina.
Yeah.
So that was one of my good friends, Fred Spann, who played wide receiver at NC State. Played against dude that went to Fabian Washington, who had a record for a while in the 40-yard dash.
Yep.
And then there's this, semi-athletic, small white guy that just can't keep up. I had no shot.
I got it. Well, gentlemen, I will give you back the rest of your nights. I will be correcting the board and then sending it out. And we'll start again for me, it's noon. For you, it's 9? No, 10. For you, it's 10. For your East Coast. And then, Hales, you're Arkansas, right?
Yeah, I'm Central.
So you're same time zone as me. Okay. So noon. 10.
10. Yeah.
And then
1. 9 o'clock for me.
Yep. Once again, good work, gentlemen, and I will see you again in.
I will see you in 13 hours.
13 hours. Good work.
All right. Take it easy.
Sounds good.
Guys.